Hello? It works! Moo! Wait a second, I'm not a cow. You can't trick me. Sorry, I was charging my, how to unplug, so I was, charging some shit. Dude, why is my computer so slow today? I feel like my shit's ass today. Good morning, everybody. It's so hot. I need to buy an air canister and clean everything on my PC. That's where it normally is, right? What do you mean? I'm gonna show you something that normally is. Big streaks, oh my god. Van Man, hi, how's it going? Oh my god, is that a name I haven't seen in a minute? Van Man, you're a cutie bean, bum bum. Oh, I heard myself. Ugh. Jobka, I said hi. I thought I did. I'm sorry. I'm getting my shit ready at the same time. Jobka. Oh no, my computer right now. Nerdy Foxy, hi. Not cute, no proof. What? I've known you forever. That's my proof. That is my proof today. Why am I checking? I literally have it. Hold on. Oh, there. See, I told you guys. I told you my shit's slow today. Oh, I gotta scream at everybody in my Discord. 1 second, friends. What is Avi Base? That Avi Base is the Ash Beast. Like that. I've graduated to Fluffkin now, though. I'm slow. I'm redacted. Donato, it was good seeing you last night. Thanks for playing games last night. Yeah, no worries. Ayoli. Ayoli Yowie. Ba 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 da 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 na 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 ba 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 da ba 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 da ba. I gotta yell at everybody to give me some love and bum bum. It's so hot, guys. I'm melting. Oh. I'm melting. I want an air conditioner so bad. Inside me. How hot is it for you? I don't know. Let me check. How hot is it right now? It's 29 degrees Celsius. I agree. I honestly, I moved to the other ones because Ash Beast wasn't getting any like shit for it. I need to tie up my hair. You know what? That's actually a good idea. Shit, I don't know if I have hair ties. I might just use this elastic band here. What is this? Well, that's not an elastic band. No, I don't want to use a straw wrapper. I use this, but it might pull on my hair. Hi, Star Ruby. Wait, I'll see if I can use this, but I feel like it'll pull on my hair. When you fell from heaven? Oh my god. Hold on, I'm tying up my hair and then it'll be good. Steven, how are you? Hey Steven, I know something that's just Steven. I knew I saw a light in you. 'Cause I can't help it if you look like an angel. I can't help it if I wanna kiss you in the rain, so. Thank you for the fan. I'm doing well. There's some gaming news today, which I'm super excited to share you. It's only just one thing. Oh, I gotta brush my hair. Yay, you look hot. I mean, it's cause the weather. All right. I hope you all are doing well today. I think I'm ready to show myself. I think I'm ready to show my Oh, I'm not moving. I'm now moving. Yeah. No, I'm melting, bro. I don't want to be hot anymore. I'm so dying, bro. I'm dying. Make me happy again. Oh. Then, Boops, you back. It's so good to see everybody. I got my coffee. I did that. I announced. I went. Let me know how it is. Sorry, my buddy Alex, one of the mods here, he's gone to see the Mandalorian film and he took a picture and he's like, I'm seeing the Mandalorian film right now. Boob. Oh my god, it's good to see everybody. Hi, John Fox. How are you? Delta Muffin. Delta Muffin, shouldn't you be modding a corgi's? I'm teasing. Chrono White. Move. Oh. I didn't wake up. Who else is melting today? Who else is like boiling hot? Who else shirtless right now? No. You're cold? Kaya, bow, lick, bow, bow. Zarky, that's not supposed to be. No, the weather's hot.
All of this going on up here is what's causing me the most.
Zarky, stop being an EP boy and come work out. Good dawning, Aurelia. I love you. How you doing? Delta. Amanda with friendos. Say hi to your friendos for me. I actually should probably buy a VR cable. I'm worried mine is breaking too. Like, it's getting to the point where I should probably consider having a backup. Dude, it shouldn't be that much though. How much they charge for a VR cable is actually crazy. That applies to what go in and what comes out, right, Aurelia? No, I'm joking. God, that's rude. That's lewd. It might secretly have RAM in it. Yo, I just hope my shit doesn't break for Feralities, Arkies. Are you getting one? How do you know I'm snacking? Steven, okay, oh, bet. Oh, that was good, Maxo. Well, how much do the cables go for? Because I can see you chew it. I have nuts. If I'm being so real, it's peanuts, salted peanuts. I'm nervous. My cable's gonna go out. I'm not coming to workout anymore. I can't go into VR anymore. I'm scared. Dude, the fact that the Steam Deck now costs we're so fucked. Bro, we're so fucked. It's $1,000, guys. The Steam Deck went up in price. Like, GG's if you were saving for it. How is this a thing? Just get a Galaxy XR? Bro. Do they actually? I shit you not. I need it. I kind of want it. Rolfie, hi. Dude, we don't have a price yet on the Steam. Guys, I'm actually saving for the Steam frame, but I'm fucking nervous now. I'm fucking nervous. Hold on, I need to know for something. Steam Machine, Steam Deck. I need, where do I buy a Steam cable? Where do you buy the Steam cable? Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, that's $1,300. Where do you buy a kit? Is it this one here? 160? Are they out of their mind? It's a fucking rubber and wire. You buy them at Tundra Labs? What's Tundra Labs? Please, oh god, hold on. Just in case somebody posted porn on Blue Sky, I gotta... Okay, nobody did, thank god. Tundra Labs. What is this? Does this sell you accessories? 190. Okay, so it's still cheaper on Steam. Hi, Death Star. I gotta take better care of my cable, guys. After seeing the prices, I gotta take better care of my cables, guys. I'm gonna be real. I think I'm a little bit nervous. I'm a little bit nervous.
Look, Bill,
See,
I know it's our job to help this guy.
I did already, Bow Bow.
He's obviously been.
I'm out of the free like things. I've owned a Valve Index for like ever now. But they told me that like I'd have to buy a new one. I'm not covered under warranty. It's okay. I want Zarkies to be able to get into VR and enjoy virality and stuff like that. I mean, I've been doing the VR closer fight and each cable has lasted me about 2-ish years. Oh, fuck. Maybe that's why mine is breaking slowly. What is it? Like, do you just lose display? Like, you can't see? What's the issue you're getting, out of curiosity? Or is it just not turning on? Like, it's actually busted? You're getting on VR, chat. Stop giving biddies, Yui! Picks you up by your face, raises you up in the air, and then kisses your cheek. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Oh, I forgot to say VR chat. Moving. Oh god. Okay, that hasn't happened to me yet. Yui, we're talking about how cables are crazy. Right? Hi, Stripe. I love you. Yui, I hope you're having a beautiful day today. As beautiful as yourself. Because you're a gorgeous angel. If I don't see any static. Okay. Sometimes I have like I lose sound in my left ear just like a little bit, and if I like squish the cable against my headset, it fixes it for now. Yui, wow, you don't have to always. Wow. I'm gonna smoke the. I should smoke with you. No, I'm streaming.
I'm fabulous day right about to smoke
And
holy cabbage.
I usually smoke the holy cabbage tomorrow for like my streams. All right, guys, have you seen new Nintendo update? By the way, new Nintendo. And it works again. Oh no, Zarkies. Guys, look what we got for the Nintendo Switch Online expansion pack, by the way. Plus expansion pack. They're giving us DK64. If you know the words, you can join in too. Put your hands together if you wanna clap. We're getting this. Or it's out already. Oh no, Zarky! DK! Pineapple smells! This is Callie, thank you for the lurk, Asio! Guys, this is the best. June 4th, guys. See you on June 4th. For literally one of the best Nintendo 64 games to ever release. And the game that currently holds the record, for the most collectibles in any game. No, okay, well, Perfect Dark actually fucking slapped too. That's why I said one of. This still holds the record. This still holds the record, guys, for the most collectibles. Dwin, did you play this game? If you wanna clap. Okay. Donkey Kong. Oh, you can't see. You can't see. Wait, did it ever show? Did I miss my capture? I may have missed my capture. I'm sorry, guys. You had to play as Diddy. You got to play as the chick. I'm so embarrassed. Guys, I'm a professional streamer, I promise. this game. This is on June 4th. Some other game holds that record? No way. And this Chunky, he's fucking dead. June 4th, guys. See you there. The best, and again, this is one of the best Nintendo 64 games. What game holds the record for most collectibles in a game? Are you sure? DK holds the record 2019. I don't know. I can't find it. It might be something else though. Oh yeah, well an MMO would probably beat it, but I wasn't thinking live service. I should have put that's non-live service, guys. Guys, my download is so slow. Why? My 007 hasn't finished downloading. It's at 70%. I was gonna play it today. Keji! Oh, maybe. You never know, actually, though. Keji, maybe. Also, hi, Keji. How are you? Yeah, Oof is right. That's okay. That's okay, though, because I can either fill my time with racing. Ouch, Maxwell. I could low-key fill my time with Forza or Voices of the Void too as well. Twin, what is that face for? Kalani, moo! But it's so slow. Do you guys want to see? It keeps going in and out. It keeps going in and out, watch. And then it'll like end. You should find my above statement. You should absolutely show everyone that one game you're super excited about that you told me about. Oh yeah! Guys, we are so back. Drinwin, we are so back. We are so back, Drinwin. Because you know why? The new COD trailer just dropped today. Modern Warfare 4. It's the best. Drinwin, something came across my desk this morning. If you have 60 seconds, I'd love to tell you about it. Your desk, something came across my desk today, Drinwin, and it's the best thing ever. If you have 60 seconds to talk about it, I'd love to offer. Your investment at a low, measly $80 or $90, depending where you live. Maybe. I don't know the price. This could be yours. And my records show, Drinwin, that the investment thing is skyrocketing. You might even make twice your money back. I don't know, ISO, because it's Stockholm syndrome. But the story looks hot. The story looks hot. Keith the Chew.
Anytime, any place.
What's up, Keith the Chew?
Sergeant J, keep your scouts in line.
Keep your scouts in line.
Can we make a pit stop at the Komatsu?
You guys
low on rations.
Make it fast, guys.
Who's that, a K-pop star?
The new supreme leader of North Korea.
Yeah, so there's a new supreme leader in North Korea right now.
I mean, that dude looks younger than I am.
guys heard that?
Oh my god. They got airstriked. This is gonna be so sick. Bombs. Quan, I love you. And then this guy is left over. He's probably gonna be our main character. You know, the guy who like wasn't joking around and was like a little bit on the serious mode. But look at that. Drop in. He said the line, but in Korean. Bravo 6 going dark or something. Yeah, have you not, Drinwin, have you ever played a COD game? But they always have these single players. There's like one COD, okay, I don't fault you because there is one COD that like didn't even release with a campaign. So, and Black Ops campaigns suck. Don't even bother playing them. Just play the Modern Warfare ones for the story. And, but you're right. I also, Drinwin, I'm gonna be so real with you, Drinwin. I also just get incredibly high and just play the multiplayer.
Still a wanted man.
What do you mean? Modern Warfare 2 was a great story. I fucking loved and 1. Yeah. Modern Warfare 3 was okay. And I was indifferent. I didn't really play it. I kind of just played multiplayer on it. It's Butcher.
What did you do?
What I had to.
Oh no, it's not Butcher. Never mind.
Our own rules of engagement now.
Oh my god, Drinwin.
We deny exists.
You do what you need to. Because you know I will.
No, that's fair. I understand. I understand though, ISO. The COD stories, when you hear about the COD stories, you probably have to be like in like the kind of Call of Duty community when they talk about them. Gonna be sick. Dude, I want to fist fight somebody.
Let's go. We are not ready. We could all die tonight. We don't even get a choice.
I gotta stop snacking on these nuts. I'm on a diet.
You broke a lot of rules, Price.
Whoa!
No more rules.
Price versus the fucking Skullman dude face? Ghost? That's gonna be wild. It's a trailer. Hope snacking on these. Yeah, it's a trailer. COD? Yeah, I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna play this. I don't know. I'll see if y'all. I might stream the story. I might stream the story once, and if you guys like kind of vibe with it, I'll like keep going with it. Because I used to actually stream. Oh my god! Shout out to my old ass off channel. I used to stream COD on my off channel because I was insecure about myself. But I decided to stop being insecure about myself, and now we're here. I'm eager to hear more about Division 3 was confirmed. Oh my god, I need to play more Division 2 ISO. I've been so busy, guys. I decided to get to volunteer for Ferality, and like all my shit is shitting. Off-channel revival. You know what? I have a hot take. Well, maybe I do, maybe I don't. I have a hot take. I don't know. I'm not, no disrespect or anything. But the way I see off channels, I think they're neat. But at the moment, like, I feel like I'm at like a stage in life where, like, if I'm going to go live on my off channel, I should just go live on my real channel, because I want to keep pushing and growing this main channel, right? Like, and I don't need an off channel to do that. if I want to stream on my time is better used elsewhere, like editing a video or networking slash making friends. I kind of put networking and making friends section together. I know not many people like to use the word networking, but tech arguably you support your friends. And so like, cause I noticed that when I interact with more people, like if I interact with Drinwin lots, like I'm just naturally going to I'm naturally gonna support her because she's cool and she's nice to me, and same with like everybody else. We network, yeah. Sylvia, good there. In which case, sound away. I'm not there. You know what though? I actually fuck with Therians because it's such an interesting concept. Because I like to think our souls are like super complex. That the human body is probably only 10% of what we actually are in a way.
I knew you would come, but
I'm sending you a piece of art now. Oh God.
come.
So now I have to watch everything. I have to watch it too. Alika, I saw your DMs. I think I'm gonna start a Saturday morning cartoon where we watch the first we already watched the pilot on here, but we're gonna watch the second episode on here, and then I'll go back to the stream, and then I'll watch the third episode on Saturday. Mega, I missed you. How are you? What is this comic? Can I show it? Guys, I think I can show this on stream. I haven't read ahead though. I can't read. It's so small. Miss Solstice, I was curious. I have a week to watch all of it today. What if someone were to volunteer to become a creature? Volunteer? I fucking love it when people want to be creatures. What can I do ya for? Wait, come here. Let me guess. Careful! Just had dinner? What was for dinner, Mega? Besides pussy. I know that. Wait, let me guess. I don't think so. Wolf? How did you know? I can see you're so silly. I know exactly what you are. Whoa! I deal with Therians quite often. Ha ha ha. Okay, I gotta be careful about scrolling down in the comments, but that's cute. I have a question. I have a weird question. For someone who's Therian, do they like taking more of? I guess do they? I don't even know how to ask this question. Do they like? I don't know how to ask this question. So you're just gonna have to deal with the way I ask it. I'm sure there's a more proper way to ask it, but just know it's out of a place of love and stuff like that. But do Therians like? Do they vibe with more, I guess, feral versus anthropomorphic? Like, do they vibe mostly like walking on 4 legs versus walking on 2 legs, or is that like a dependent thing? Is it depends on the Therian? Okay, man, times that I enter the, and even if I see them IRL, I still mentally see them as a Sona. I don't think it's weird at all. I don't think it's weird at all. It's funny because like I always consider Ghost, like I've seen Ghosty IRL, but I always see him as a bat in my head. Kaffy acts straight up like a protogen. I see him as a protogen. You know them? Yeah, in a way. And throw over. Oh, cool, Ruby. That's neat. I'm learning things, guys. I'm learning things. Guys, did you take your meds? I took my meds, by the way. I just want to make sure y'all taking your meds. Love is love. Love is love. Love's all over your face. I love love. I cannot stop loving, guys. I have so much love. I just want to love and love and love and love. So my friends, I will start up a game. I don't know what. I guess I could start up Megabonk. I am trying to download 007. Should I do a Megabonk run? It's been a minute. Or should I go into Forza? My 007 is 80% complete. Hope is love maxing. I am. Play Dark Souls. I don't have it installed. And you said you were gonna Minecraft. Oh my god. Do you think good times? I need to import your new thing in my thing. Maybe I'll play Minecraft next week actually. Cause I have to still play your I actually have to still play your thing. Where is it? Did we pin it in our chat? Of it depending, true. I guess you're right, but it's taken long. Like it's taken like 10 minutes to get from 70% to 80%. So like, oh, if I do start up Minecraft, I'm not gonna want to stop. That's my issue. Yes, I did, and I loved it. It actually helped me buy it. Bro, Minecraft is addictive. Dude, Roblox is addictive. Guys, I'm so good at the volleyball game in Roblox. And does anyone fuck with Roblox? I like the horror games too in Roblox. Dude, that shawarma place in Roblox or whatever is actually fucking terrifying. Where if you screw up their order, someone fucks you. Oh, it's not fun. I prefer not to support ethic. I didn't know they were ethically dubious. Wow. Also, I didn't know Minecraft was ethically dubious. I just play it because Queso plays it, and I love Queso. And I wanna collab with Queso. I wanna be friends with Queso. I want Queso to play VR chat with me. Sounds good, not like that, no! It's a scary thing that happens. I want Queso to play VR chat with me. I'm gonna make Queso a Nova Beast, okay? Hi, Berlin. I want to collab Queso with... Oh my god. I want you to eat Queso and chips off of my naked body twin. This basically makes it a sweatshop for children. Is that wood? Damn! Damn! Yes. I will hold your hand. Just AFK. Just AFK. Just go into VR chat and AFK in a world or some shit like that. Or pay $5 if you have the $5 or whatever to get VR chat plus. You'll get insta upload. But we could also simultaneously hold our hands. I might play Forza, guys. I might play Forza. I don't have $5. What should I play? Heroes of Might and Magic. I love Winrose. Winrose or TMNT. I gotta wait for this shit ass game to get downloaded, guys. I'm so pissed. I thought my download speed was better than what it's showing, because what does it mean when Steam stops downloading something and then recontinues it? Like, it's still like blue and it sits at like 80% or whatever. And then like it just stops downloading. Yeah, no worries. And then it goes back. It goes back and is downloading at 200 DPS. I never limit my download settings. I'll check though, just for you. Limit download speed? It's not on. Throttle down. If this is enabled, Steam will limit download speed to make how you call a Steam remote. What is throttle downloads while streaming? Do you guys know what this word means? Well, I know what it. This one. Am I streaming right now? Like, does it know I'm on Twitch? Oh, don't throttle the download. Just the theory though. Who did something? Throttle means you fucking. I'm gonna throttle your vagina in a second here. Thank you for your Prime Gaming. I switched it off. I hope it allows it. Whoa, whoa. All right, guys. Let's kick it to some Forza for. I don't think so. I don't think it's Twitch TOS. All right, let's chill on some Forza for a little bit. It's so good, dude. I don't think you know, Dwayne, how good it is. Dwayne, I have a weird question. Are you like strictly like non-B, like non-binary? Or is it sometimes okay to call you bro? Cause I say bro a lot. My city is in a severe thunderstorm warning. I got my severe, bro. Be safe, please. You can call me whatever. I really don't care. My little muffin. My little muffin. My. Oh my God, Forza. Maybe Mega Bonk was the right call, chat.
Lizard.
Guys, I shouldn't have gone live today.
Lizard.
I shouldn't have gone live until 007 was done downloading. Because now Forza Horizon won't even boot up. I think I think this might be a Yap stream. This might be a Yap stream. We can play a quick Would You Rather. But you guys have to be fast at it. We do Scrandal too. I'm just waiting because I'm just waiting on the Forza thing. Unless I can click stop, it'll stop. Chrono, what is that emote? Man. Oh, stop, Steven. You're fucking cute. You're sweet. Man, I'm bummed out. My balls are bummed out. Alternatively, I could pause first light, boot up Forza, and then redo the download. I'll watch your face. Just play Chubby Bunny. Guys, have you ever played Chubby Bunny before? Canadian yapping. We can also Scrandal, I just realized. Scrandal's actually kind of fun. Let me just see if Mega Bonk boots up normally. If Mega Bonk boots up normally, I have a high score to get really quickly, okay? One step ahead of you, Shake that ass all over my face. Shake that ass all over the place. Where is my Mega Bonk time? It shouldn't require anything to run. Oh my God. Oh my God. I promise you guys, I used to be able I used to be able to to run this shit, guys. Like, I used to be able to download something while like playing. Dude, I think it's my net. I think it's my net. Mega bonk. We'll try it. We'll try it, guys. There, it's better. Bro, I don't even look at porn though. I'm not that type of gal. Chrono, who should I play? Or somebody pick a character. What does that mean, Mega? Oh yeah, UFO porno. Ah, stop! Feral Thursday! Bro, that doesn't count! That doesn't count! Oh, fuck. It's like it hogs your entire monitor. Someone pick a character that doesn't have a gold star. Please. Please. Bandit, Bush. Fox? Fox is almost out of gold star. Spaceman? Guys, I can't. You have to agree on one. You have to agree on one. Birdo, you can't all just separate. You all have to agree on one. Unanimous. I could do a Fox run, I guess. Maxwell, tie break them. Poll time? I'm so bored of polls though, and they take forever. I changed. I Birdo. Birdo? Wait, is that two Birdos? Guys, that's two Birdos. Okay, people chose Birdo. Hope doesn't have a poll anymore. That is true. All right, let's see. So if I remember, Birdo scales with Birdo's good at I don't think they updated this game yet, so I'm pretty sure the meta is still shotgun, that, axe, air. I think 1 2 3 4. I think that's the meta. If anything, you would remove axes and try to level up the other weapons. Character from Mario. Do you think you have to stick it in Birdo's mouth to get her pregnant? Do you think Birdo has a... Is Birdo a dude or a chick? Or both? Or neither? Oh, let me just make sure I didn't fuck myself on. I forgot. If it's probably the same. So chaos is either gonna be chaos, luck, XP, and cursed, or damage over luck. We might sell on luck, honestly. I could put it in and decide later. And we just scale with luck after. I don't know. We'll put it in. I'll decide. I'll decide in the minute. Crystal. Shattered knowledge is kind of good, honestly. Actually, bring that. An eagle claw. An eagle claw. I'm not gonna be... maybe I get rid of idle juice, actually. Okay, let's try that. There we go. No challenges, no challenges, regular. Alright, Birdo is canonically trans, femme. The West feminine. Canonically trans per Japanese? Oh, really? Jagonia, hi, how are you? Oh my god. Yeah, even when I'm downloading, it looks like it's... Oh my god. Guys, this might not be a game to play while I'm downloading. That sucks. We might just have to YouTube videos. Wait, let it warm up. Bro, I don't know what's wrong with the int today. Will I am? That's the sound of me farting. Oh my god. Guys, it might be it might be just a reaction. It has been, Ewan. I'm waiting for my game to download. My 007 game to download. And here comes Alex at the metal chat. Will, I miss you. When are we playing together? When are we playing Siege together? Oh, what does that noise do to you? When I'm free? Okay, free up soon. Do you got like are you like working a different job, or have you just been keeping busy with other things? Guys, wait, it actually just needed time to warm up. That isn't right. Oh, I need it. I need it. It's downloading. I just need to play it. Dude, that's what I say too. I tell Sheep I wish he could stream earlier, but he's like, nah, no, that's too early. And I'm like, wait, I'd even check if I wanted to. Oh, we don't want blood magic. Hold on. Pots, Maui's 3, but I'll run with this. Whatever. I love it when you're an unemployed broke chud. But not off work. Don't worry. What the? You like Pulse? I guess he's pretty cute. My fault, my fault. Nurse, thank you. I hope you're doing well, Ewan. Ewan, it's so hot. It's so hot. Dude, I hope we get to play as a girl in the new COD game. Slave to the system. That's why I chose to break free. I chose to develop skills. I'll make my own business. I'm tired of being a toolkit in someone else's story, you know? There always is. You're always allowed to play at least one girl character, I swear. I did. You remember that? I fucking destroyed a trash can. Did you see me? I have the answer you seek. Dwin, is there a playable female in the campaign? Mega bonk, mega shot. Maybe. Dwin has inside info, guys. free. Ouch! I want to eat us every night and day. Oh, I love damage over time early game. I just like I always pick the girl characters in multiplayer in COD. And then I like shitting on people. Guys, you want to see my wait, I have a funny COD video, guys, to show you, but like not really. It's funny to me. I sometimes film my COD lobbies because of how like unhinged they are. I am so fucking funny, Shripe. I'm the funniest person you know, Shripe. Give or take. Be honest, Shripe. Looks do count. Oh my god. My cobbies, if I will. Real. Attack speed? Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's go. Okay, we gotta start hitting things now that like our luck is a little up from opening these little pots. Refresh. XP gain. What is that? That better be like an attack fast. Ah! What did you drop? Someone dropped something and they're not telling me what. Smoky Dragoness, I love you. How are you? Damage. Boss curse. Ouch! Echo Borb, I love you. I hope you're doing well today. I'm doing all right. I love you guys so much. Guys, I had training last night. I was doing virality training last night. I know how to operate their camera now, even though I'm not a camera person. I'm production assistant, but I needed to learn on the side, you know. 007 is complete. 007 is complete. This one. Refresh. This one. Where's just regular damage, bro? Oh, this game sucks. All right, I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys in 007. Oh no, suddenly we'll see Job just zoomed in. No, I'm not that crazy. I'm not that wild. But I got to play with their camera. I got to meet my fellow work people too. My boss is really nice to me. Oh my god, I felt the mega bonk addiction for a second. I almost hit play again, guys. Arctic, I hope you have a blessed day. Thank you for being here.
I knew you would come, but
I felt the mega bonk addiction. Now we can play 007.
come.
Yo, Arctic, guys. Great streamer. Check them out. 007. 007, I'm ready. Guys, am I in the right category? Yes? Okay. Don't fucking care. Whoa! Watch your fucking language. I'm joking. I'm ready. I've been waiting. I've been waiting for this day. I've been waiting. I've been waiting so long. They didn't even give me a free copy, guys. They didn't even give me a free copy, and I simped. I simped so hard for them, bro. WIO Interactive. I'd moved there to work there. Hi, Minecraft. Artie, hi, sweetie. How are you? Tips that reduce epileptic seizures. Play in a well-lit room. Keep your eyes as far away as possible. Take regular breaks. Avoid playing when drowsy or fatigued. W, thank you. We're playing 007. You have a 50 stream streak? Yeah. Look at him. Oh no, we're in shader hell. I'm browsy? What does browsy mean? Drowsy. Is Leon doing well? Is he having fun with Berry Bush, whatever it's called? It's so good. I hope he's getting to the weird, creepy shit. What do you mean? Of course it's laggy. It's gotta do the shaders. I'm only a VTuber, not a real tuber. If I was a real tuber, you'd see my flesh. Oh my god, you broke my stream, Smokey. Oh my god, you broke my... Oh my god, guys. Oh.
That's quite big.
Don't redeem anything, please. It might bust my computer. If this shuts down, I'm not going back live.
Impressive.
His chat is flirting with me again. Do you like it or not like it? Do you want me to tell them to stop? Do you want me to tell them that you're a loyal man? Who is he? Doesn't matter. I'm praying in. I enjoy. Oh my. Wait, look. The shaders are almost done. Yushi, W shaders, W. Yushi, how are you surviving? Also, girly, did you survive that thunderstorm about 2 days ago? 2 nights ago? It was so fucking loud. Menu narrate, reduce slides effect, blah blah. Subtitles are on. W subtitles. Display mode. Well, I want to play in like full screen, but not like full screen, you know? Nah, I'm used to. Didn't notice the storm and it's only... What do you mean? Are you sure we're in the same fucking country at this point? It's so warm. And use a skip. When does this game get good? Skip. Skip. I'm in Canada and it's fucking 29 degrees where I live. Earn the number? Hold on, we gotta do graphics real quick. Oh, I love how it tells you how much VRAM it uses. That's good. $5.4 out of 7,000. 5,000 out of. That should be good, right? It won't be like too. Ew, motion blur. Eh. Oh, I do like the dark screen. It's 80 Fahrenheit. Translate that in normal person weather, please. No one likes you real. Hi, Kite. Oh, you guys. Oh, because you're the UK. And by normal person weather, I just wanted to. I just want you to translate it in my ass, please. I want to earn the number intended. 80 equals 26. It's so hot. It's so hot here. I love the Haas scream emote. Near. Do you guys think the developers sat down and watched all of the Bond movies? And played all of the Bond games before they made this game? Like, do you think they ever did like a study, like a little study on like what makes a James Bond game a good James Bond game? And like the kind of story with the plotline? Game fits me so well. Yeah, I took out my sweater. Wait, I gotta be holding my controller. Okay, I should be. No duh, they did? Well, I'm just asking. You don't gotta say no duh. I'm just asking. Oh shit. Names Bonds having a strong call of a bondulance. A bondulance? That's what I wonder. I'm always curious what goes into like the research. Guys, is the volume good or too loud? And can you hear me while the game is playing and everything? Let me know. Let me know. You're good, arties. Bames Nond is having a strong call to bondulance. What? Can't hear you over the. Is that real or fake? Oh. Chrono, you make me want to slather Big Mac sauce all over my boobs. Like, I want to split a Big Mac in half. Yeah, and rub it. Not many of them, Artie. I saw like a little bit of the other ones. Hi, Sharp, I'm doing well. How are you doing, pretty? You're so cute. So their hope was Big Mac sauce on her titties. I'm too gay for this? Oh. That's fair. Oh, can I wake up? I can wake up. I'm struggling to wake up. Can I be real? It's turned into heavyweight Cooper. Wow, I love you. Can I be real? I feel like if you passed out, now I don't know health science, but if you passed out underwater, you are probably intaking water, because that's what happens when your like body, like you just go in, yeah, you go into natural. It's turned into natural breathing. A Bond would have so much water. In fact, he should be fucking puking by now. Not if you're James Bond. I guess you're right. My fault, actually. I forgot that. Hey, yellow tape! Guys, there's yellow tape in that game. You know what that means? That means that's where we go. Everywhere there's yellow tape, we go. That's the way out. That's how gamers see things now. Oh my god. Climbable rock, yes. Yellow tape drink. I love the cold shaking, or like the shaking. The fucking like I just got bombed and unconscious underwater. I like it too. Sharpies, thank you, sweetie. Did you get all your chores done yesterday? My name is Bond James Bond. Hello, are you okay? Tap C to dash to cover. Right? Banana, banana, na 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 na. Ba-da, ba-da, ba-da-da. Ba-da-da, da-da-da-da-da. Oh, litter bathroom. I actually gotta clean up my bathroom. At least just around like the tub and the toilet a little bit. And my room, but I suck ass at cleaning my room. I would give somebody $5 to clean my bedroom. We know, Hope. Ugh. I love these games. This reminds me of like the Hitman games. I don't know if anybody's ever played the Hitman games, but I could forever and always play the Hitman games. You must find and infiltrate that puss. God, I wish someone would find and infiltrate my pun. Whoa, 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 relax, Cooper. I have a housewife, so can I borrow her twin for like, just at least a day? Union Jackal, hi, sweetie.
It was an ambush. Both choppers down. Hostiles are organized and heavily armed.
His voice is so quiet. Is there a voice boost?
Hope we gotta play Forza together.
This is MI6.
I know, Delta. That's why I'm excited, because it plays like it a little bit. Oh, 14 months. That's almost a year. Thank you, Union Jackal.
You're not SAS.
Oh my god.
In training. We'll have to make do.
MI6 is here.
You see a camp?
Yeah, I love it. I love Hitman. I never actually finished it.
No, but there's some
I did it for my subathon. Maybe I'll do it again. Nope, I can't borrow her for a day. Not even for like almost a year. Can I borrow you for a day? Can I borrow the both of you for a day? Hold on, I need to find if there's like... Guys, honestly, in games, start putting like a dialogue booster because I feel like I have to lower the music. It's all quiet, bro. No. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, W.
Gotta find higher ground. Gotta be a way over there.
Oh, I'm so good. We're winning. Down. Grab the hose. Oh shit.
I checked it out.
How do they not see me?
Are you sure you're up for this? Adrenaline can mask even significant damage.
Better keep those levels up then.
Nine, Joel. What is that? What are you guys saying? Oh shit.
Just taking in the view.
Tell me what you see.
It looks like the hostiles are heading back to the camp.
Tell me about them.
They're an international group, speaking English but with accents, capable and well organized. Ex-military. Firearms are unfamiliar, I guess. Special
Whoa.
That's good. Keep your eyes peeled.
Dude, I'm so good.
issue. Why is MI6 getting involved here?
The retrieval camp has been compromised. How and by whom is what I need your help
We can
figuring out.
jump.
But why MI6?
That's classified.
Okay.
Oh, because I'm not a real agent.
Also classified.
How can I help if I don't know what's going on?
By doing exactly what I tell you.
Dude, she kind of sounds hot. Guys, on my Hear Me Out cake, the MI6 girl.
Have you located the camp?
Not yet. I hope I'll see it when I clear the top.
Yeah, this is how I become 007. Do you know German? I'm joking. In little terms, yes indeed. It's pronounced jawohl. Jawohl.
Retrieval mission. Of what exactly? Alien technology?
Not quite.
What then?
Classified.
How deep is the waterfall?
You're dodging the question.
And you're hypothermic. Get to the camp and find some warm clothes. I need you operational.
You and me both.
I love how there's different ways. Hope. Oh, Maxwell. Nobody knew. I'm joking. Mr. John Box. Wow. So, Savage, how are you?
What?
In the cold. First they hurt, then nothing.
Right.
My name's German. I'm fucking. You're so funny. Baba hopes for strong. Oh! Call the Yifluence. I'm a Yifluencer.
I see some perimeter markers.
Oh, I want some snacks. I want some snacks right now.
Fingers and toes. Water certainly doesn't help.
You're in water again.
Mano, I love you. Hi. How are you? I'm hungry. I'm so hungry. I want an iced coffee, guys.
Freezing.
Guys, follow Matto. He's a W streamer. And awesome and very nice to me.
They are all armed.
Thank you, MI6.
Saves us the trouble.
MI6 explosives. You're the ones running the retrieval mission.
Not officially.
Then you set up a grid of high explosives covering the whole area.
It's a post-mission cleanup measure. Thermochemical sterilization. I didn't want you to get worried.
Oh, that's it? Oh, I'm excited. Oh, I can't wait to play this more.
And it's quite safe. What's not, however, is you still out in the cold.
Of course, you're a sweetheart and best influencer. You're not supposed to know that word. Not actually, you're old enough. Shout out to all my like people who know what YIF means. It is so good. Stop! I'm so hungry, Berlin. Oh, where do I go? They're all looking this way. Test Stranding, please.
There's a window here I could get through.
I can watch ultra porn now. Damn.
Good news?
Dear Meadow's been Dear Meadow's watching that
Hope I'm gonna go to the
CRTV porn, CRT porn.
Dixie dance.
I hope you have fun, Maxwell. You did it.
You speak Serbian?
Montenegrin. Picked up a few phrases while mountain climbing there.
A man of hidden talents. Now, let's figure out who these hostiles are.
Culver says, stop! I want!
Paid in cash.
Interesting. Keep it coming.
I'm on a diet though.
A briefcase. It's full of ashes.
One of ours. Self-ignites if open wrong.
Oh. Oh my god, Berlin. You know, I don't drink milk anymore unless I have cookies, like chocolate chip cookies. Then I'll dip in.
I found one of their guns.
What kind?
It's a TXK biome. Cereal's gone.
Discontinued.
Burger and bacon. Can Bond speak bottom? Because I'll be speaking that non-stop. Damn, Isa. Sneaks in like 007 and sniffs your whole ass. Damn, Nefari. Damn, got a big old nose. Nefari, how are you? Sniffs your ass bag.
He's dead.
Oh my god,
Foster.
Mato, come back soon. Big sniffing.
Senior engineer. Keep going.
I don't get to use the gun?
Heading into the camp now.
Don't draw attention to yourself.
I'm gonna just wait for a friend to come over for a movie. Oh, that sounds nice.
S. Popovich.
Good. Too common a name. Keep looking.
Patch. Red and white jacket.
I want that Agent 00 Derp.
Could reference Croatia.
I would be
Torn
derps.
grid map here.
That's just a site explosives protocol from the MI6 handbook.
Oh, let me know how that is. Aaron, you're eating too much food. That would all go to my fucking belly.
Military grade layered encryption.
What is that emote, Mato? I like my drink shaken, not derped.
Rocket launcher. Serial 394 KLB.
Teleport 3 hours. I'm on my way. I'm on my way.
Stolen in Algiers 9 years ago.
I have a license to derp. Oh my god. Why are you guys so derpy brained right now?
What's it doing? I barely brushed that thing, and it started moving. Hey, you. Back this up for me.
I found a collectible.
Damn thing. Where's Yolan when you need him?
Where's your var?
Those 9 mil lost on the German job.
Oh, Oh, you got your bay, hell yeah.
Come on, let's check it out.
You've got this, right? Good man.
And some of them just mentioned a messy German job. 9 million lost.
Hang on. I know exactly who we're up against.
Oh, do you?
A gang of thieves known as Arrowhead.
Arrowhead. HTC 5 now W.
I'm going to ask you to enter the big central town, but what you learn in there can never be mentioned to anyone. Understood?
Heading there now.
I'm serious, Bond. You haven't signed the Official Secrets Act. I need to hear you say that you accept and acknowledge its ramifications.
Whoa.
I accept and acknowledge.
So I'm not, like, Bond is not supposed to know this shit. They lost 9 million on Helldivers 2. They did. Wait, is that true? Is this game connected to Helldivers? Steven shreds you.
Entering now. Any bombs I should know of?
None you should know of.
Are the devs though? Whoa. Do you think they dropped a cheeky reference for Helldivers to catch?
So, lay it on me.
I can't. You're still on a need-to-know basis.
Figures.
Mission Protocol Grey Envelope forbids any override mention at this encryption level.
Oh.
Discuss any specifics.
What encryption level does it need to be? What am I gonna see? Is there actual aliens, you think?
Do you see the object?
I'm afraid that's classified. What's that noise?
What?
Distortion. Oscillating. Door.
Whoa.
Now it's gone.
What am I gonna see? What am I gonna see?
I'm looking at the thing now. Or what's left of it.
I need you to look for the OBC unit inside.
OBC. And that is?
Right. Onboard computer. The size of a shoebox, probably suspended in some shock-absorbent webbing.
Whoa.
Done. Have a look around the tent for it.
On it.
This is sick. I wanna like shoot people now.
Whoa.
What is it?
I don't feel well.
Just keep looking.
How do I get a chance to shoot people? I'm getting radiated or alienated. Or whatever they call it.
Are you sure it's completely sealed? It's sealed.
Oh, you need to be wearing a gas mask.
They're wearing hazmat suits.
That's okay, take off your shirt.
Give me a sec.
We got what we came for. Let's get the hell out of here. We get on the Zappen in 3 weeks, strike gold in Brazil. Works for me. The others are preparing the final cleanup now. Ever been to Brazil? First time. What's it like? Beaches.
This is a bit more than I...
Distortion before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You to do exactly as I say.
Okay.
See the red door. Head for it. Right now.
Okay.
You need an antidote. You've been exposed to a nerve agent.
I'm scared, Matto.
What's this?
Decontamination.
Spies are cool. I think so too.
What exactly am I looking for?
Why did I take off my disguise?
Probably tucked away somewhere.
It's not there. It's not anywhere. I think I found it.
Which one?
What?
There's two of them.
The orange one. Do not use the other one.
Oh, fuck. They all look the same.
Here goes nothing.
They all look the same. What was I supposed to do? Dude, we actually need a Totally Spies Gritty remake. That would go hard.
Bond, you okay?
That might be pushing it.
Can you imagine?
What next?
Have a little rest and then get to somewhere safe. You've done great. We'll have an extraction team pick you up in about an hour.
They still have that thing you're after and they're about to leave.
Yes, and we'll let them. Thanks to you, we've been able to deduce exactly who the buyer is, where they'll be meeting, and
Nerf agents? What do Nerf agents do? Do they kill you, I guess?
You just get out of the camp.
I should have opened all the other, like, boxes in there.
One of your crew's still alive.
Hold on, wait, to learn Bond is colorblind?
I'll follow.
Real. That or...
They'll spot you and kill you. Remember who you're up against.
That or the nerve agent was, like, messing with my... my face. Kill in a very bad way? Oh. Oh.
This one to the others. G9 or B4? Doesn't matter. They're all inside the blast. What's the point then? Those are dying.
They just shot him.
No witnesses.
Holy shit.
Still alive, but the hostiles plan to blow up the place.
Oh my god. Mary, that's so horrible.
We need to save those people.
That is not your call. Stand down.
No, Attic, oh no, I might have just done it.
You have less than 1% chance of success. Now stand down.
I'll take those odds.
Bond.
What am I doing?
Okay, James.
No,
Which one's first?
Attic, how are you? This game is already so fun. Hague conventions. Oh, I'm a Hague. I'm a Hague, right?
I'll leave you to roast your chestnuts. I have to be somewhere else. Okay, no time to hesitate. Those people need my help.
It's locked from the other side. Does look good. I knew you'd love it. Yeah, does Ashesh love it too? I wish I had a burger. Fuck, why am I so hungry today?
Check.
It is.
Where is the switch? I'm going to destroy you.
I fucked up, guys.
Container G9. That's where I'll find the captives.
Biometrically locked? Bro, is this abiotic factor? Everything's fucking biometrically locked these days. What are we playing? Bond, James Bond. And I'm winning. Dude, it's so smooth. If the hitman kills for this, I mean, the hitman kills are smooth, but like, this.
I'm the one babysitting these brick.
Sorry. All the time I've got.
Call the Bondulance, but not for me. There's a satellite part. I gotta save people. This one's locked too. Get the keys? Oh, Buddy has the keys.
There you are.
Yeah, do you like it, Sonato?
Oh, thank God. Hey, listen. We've done a bunch of time, and we need to get you out of here. What's the plan? Can't we just sit
Oh,
tight
these
and
are
wait for the others to
MI6
deal with the
operatives.
I'm all you've got.
I know, way true.
We're so screwed.
Get a grip, Irv.
What about the others? We can't leave without them.
Okay, I'll go.
In B4, other side of the camp.
I'll get them.
Split into 2 groups.
I'll get them.
Really rough. I hope they're okay.
Okay. You need to stay put while I free them.
Yeah.
And run east on my signal.
What kind of signal?
You'll know when you see it.
Oh! I hate when they'll say, can I be real? With someone with anxiety like me, you can't tell me you'll know the signal like when you see it. Because I promise you I won't. I'll think...
Backing out now, James.
I'll...
To find those captives.
It's just... It's just too much. It's too... I would see a signal and mistake it, you know? Or I would see the signal...
Heavy duty. Just what I need.
Some quality works. Besides, he was a sucker for all things jet.
I almost went down into him.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, I will. When I see it...
I'm not doing anything! Just stop it!
Just stop it!
I know how to drive this thing! Shoot! Help me get our stuff out of the way!
Good girl. This should keep them busy. Should be able to use that crevasse to avoid
I do
spot.
still love how you can, like... Oh... Go inside. Hey, W. W, we're good. We're in!
How about some privacy?
Ba-na, ba-na, na, na, na. That was so hot. That was so hot. I'm so good. They're gonna know I'm here though. Because if they're gone to like fix it again, they're gonna know. Oh shit, famous last words. Guys, this game is crazy. This game is double.
My point is that we're wrapping up. Let the crew enjoy.
We gotta figure out a way around here now. I'm partially wondering if the way is down. And like up and around kind of situation, you know? Thank you, Yellow Cable, for telling me I could come up here.
What was the point? Nothing. We found it ourselves.
Bam! Bam! These guys are safe.
Thank God you're finally here.
Bro, I'm just a guy. How do I free them?
Come on, untie
Listen,
us.
I already freed your friends. We don't have much time.
Yeah.
Hostiles are planning to blow up the camp.
Oh god. Oh god, oh god.
They can't. That idiot was in charge of the detonator.
Still, these guys mean business. We need to go. Wait for my signal, then run east.
What's the signal?
Any ideas?
If you topple the central mast, we'll all hear it. It's barely standing in this storm. Snap one of the wires, and I bet that'll be enough.
Oh. I mean, you know what? Maybe I would recognize the detonator. If it's something that big, maybe? Paigey, how are you, lovey? Oh my god, I love you. Let's see how big it is.
All right. Time to bring the house down.
Sabotage.
That should start things up a bit.
Okay, I would notice it. I would notice it. How do I get down? Hello? There. I feel like I would notice something that big that's lighting the entire camp on fire. Noelle, hi, how are you? Ow. Q. Quick time. W. E. Yo, that's so sick. First kill? Maybe. But it's also he shot so close to his ear.
Hey, come on.
Or maybe you're right though, Mary.
What are you doing? Come on.
Help me, mother. I wish I could help you. Oh my god, they're gonna die. Or we're just so good at dodging. Bro, how have we... Bam! Quick time event. Bam! Get fucked. Oh shit. Oh shit. What? Are you shitting me?
Everybody okay? Follow me this way. There's a way out.
Do you have to always for you, Maxwell? Always. Help him. It's the fucking tank. Bro, how is this tank not... Okay. I'm sorry, guys, but if I had an assault rifle of sorts...
Got the detonator! Hold your fire!
What is this?
It's true, ISO.
You wanna blow us up
Yeah, thinking about it.
and destroy the asset? MI6 would never.
I'm not MI6. Oh, I guessed the line, guys! Wait, guys, do we blow it up? Guys, do we blow it up? We have to, after a line like that? I think we have to. We blew it. Patrick Gibson? That was awesome, dude. That was awesome. I saw ya. Real. Ba 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 da. Bro, W intro. Oh, bro, W intro. This is very Bond-like. You mean outro? Exactly, Mary. That's why I'm like happy. I'm happy they did their homework. Yes, Madon, I love it. If only it was naked, chubby deers. I mean, what? Oh my god, we have to. Oh, for the next Bond girl. You know what would be crazy? I'd want to fill in as like a female 007. Like I replace the next 007 and I'm a woman. Francine's Bond true. What is it then? Why can't a girl be 007? 007 always changes though.
The name's Bond.
James Bond. He's with me.
You sound familiar.
Today's not about me. It's about you and the incident last month.
I thought it's always James Bond. Is it always the same character?
Pass, Mr. Bond.
Thanks.
Is James Bond always the same person in every movie? Oh.
Where are you going?
Oh, well, I didn't know that. Nobody knew that. Jamie Bond, Jane Bond, true.
Good. Upstairs it is. Gotta say, your
Name is Jane Bond. I need, bro. The developers really need to put a voice actor like a boost because this is incredible. This is. Because you could barely hear them. Should I put headphones?
feeling fast?
Then it was you.
Anyhow.
The Skyfall, they nixed it. That's fair. That's okay. I'm just here ascensioning. Hell yeah.
Go big or go home?
Yeah, or go big and disappear.
So I'm in trouble.
Did I say that? I wouldn't.
I almost need to like... Guys, we're just gonna have to rely on subtitles. Or you guys are gonna have to press your earphones against the fucking eardrums.
Is this about me hanging up on you in Iceland?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Alright, if that's how you want
Think of chips who would be about 80 or... Whoa!
Infuriatingly secretive.
No, not like that, Pepple, but hi, I love you.
Moneypenny, can I grab you for a second?
I'll be right down.
Ugh, I would hate dressing in all of this.
Does that come with a first name too?
Now let's not get carried away, James.
Or at least tell me who I'm meeting.
You're here to see M.
M!
M. Right.
There... Would that be okay? The dialogue is full. But then I don't want my alerts to be too loud.
Really enjoying this, aren't you?
And you're not?
Not particularly, no.
Someone redeemed the meow. The meow! I could be a Bond lady though too.
Here to see M.
Wait, so if James Bond is the same character, then are his Bond ladies not the same character all the time? Okay, that's not bad actually. It is IO Interactive and I'm a simp for them. A bondage lady, you said? No, but no. I didn't mean to add the edge to it. So is he not a committed man?
You know, I didn't get much info about today's meeting. M, is that a code name?
Would be odd for a surname, wouldn't it?
Oh, James has her. Of course, he's not committed. Bond is committed to me. True, ISO. He was once. His wife got murdered. Oh my god.
What does M stand for then?
You're very talkative, aren't you?
Damn, I don't think we're getting along.
This M character, is he in prosecution somehow?
She and no.
Moneypenny mentioned M being high rank.
Yes, as high as you get in this house.
Right.
Oh.
I do enjoy a quiet office. Perhaps
Besan. Oh, Maria.
M will be with you shortly.
Is she gonna be M?
Of course.
Right away.
Oh no, she's not M. W. Hope you don't mind me snooping around if you got anything cool. What are you working on? Not bad. I think she's typing up an email and she's got her calendar up on the side. Good work. Keep up the good work. Bow bow! No, Berserker, that makes me sad. Oh, bow bow, what is that emote?
So, Iceland. Air crewman in training, accidentally stumbling upon an MI6 operation of the utmost importance. Initially willing to assist, but then you hang up on us. Go against direct orders, and ultimately blow up the invaluable asset we were there to retrieve.
I wasn't aware I was under MI6 command.
True.
Chose not to take your advice.
Mom.
Right, yes. Headstrong, kicked out of several conflicts, thrill-seeking, several disciplinary... here. Issues with authority.
Issues with authority? Oh, no.
It's more a case of authority having issues with me.
Is that true?
Look, I know where this is
going.
going.
Malon Swan.
Spare me the velvet gloves.
I would like you to join His Majesty's Secret Service. I want to make you a spy.
A spy? You what?
Join my training program. Though I have to warn you, it's unlikely you'll pass the tests. Should you make it, I have to inform you that agents have a very short life expectancy. Normal social life is near impossible. And if you do get caught, we will deny ever having heard of you.
Damn! So I don't have friends?
What's the downside?
Money's terrible.
When do I start?
Now, Moneypenny's waiting for you outside. She'll run through the details.
MVC's logic?
Yeah, put him through. You're dismissed.
Bro, I'm fucking melting in this heat, guys. I can't do this. What do I use it on? Anything.
I know what M stands for.
No, you don't.
No, I don't.
No, you don't. ISO, right?
Yeah. Makes the walk down a lot less awkward.
Wait, why does he actually kind of look like you IRL though, ISO? Like actually, why he kind of look like you?
Signed. I'll be the girl in the chair. Quite excited about it. I've been reading up on the double O's and I think the program deserves a reboot.
Oh, so it's a new thing then.
M's office is actually, that's so
Well,
cool.
Other recruits have been at it for 6 months. So you have some catching up to do. Better get you up to speed. As I said, basic training and initial elimination rounds are already concluded. Only
Okay.
6 recruits qualified for advanced training, and so far, all of them have excelled. Final exams are in
There's
6
2
months.
girls!
You'll have to ace all of them to qualify for field duty. That's assuming that Greenway lets you stay on for that long.
Greenway?
Training instructor. Missions above people and orders above principle sort of guy. Judging from your profile, I'm sure you'll get along splendidly. Anyway,
Yoda,
I'm sending
you're
you
sure
to the
that we
MI6
are
training
not lost,
facility in Malta,
right?
where you'll be joining
Of
the other
course,
recruits.
I am.
Stop, dear.
Break your leg, James.
Oh, I love it.
John Greenway.
Yes. And you're late.
He hates me. Bro, I'm on a fucking plane. At what point is that my fault? Like, I wasn't the one driving it, you know? At what point? Whoa, we're driving on the right side? I'm sitting in the passenger seat on the left side?
That's the training facility. Scenic.
You're not here for sightseeing. In fact, shouldn't be here at all.
It's all your fault,
The sooner you
Sobs.
realize that, the better for both of us.
No sightseeing. Got it.
It's British while England?
About
Whoa!
me being here. You'll have to take that up with them.
Already tried. She insists we give you a chance.
And I'll take it.
Yes, until you get bored or the work's too hard. I read your file. To do this, you need skill,
Malta.
discipline, and above all,
Malta, my
dedication.
nutsack in your
Your
mouth.
dumb luck will only get you so far.
Glad we got that covered.
Sir.
You don't even have. I would, but
I like what you've done with the place. Adaptive reuse without
Destroys
compromising
you
the historical
all.
heritage. Bit of a splurge on the defense budgets.
We live up to or surpass all requirements for an intelligence service.
Guess that's why I'm here. SAS is here too.
You really have a knack for stating the obvious.
I'm just surprised. I didn't know they trained in Malta.
I expect the list of things you don't know is quite extensive.
I'm gonna brush my hair while this guy is talking. I'd be the worst spy. I'd be like doing my makeup in the car. Ow, fuck my hair. I have fucking knots in it, bro. I want to hear more from Bond episode 9. I'm not ready to blush yet, Noel.
Everyone, meet our new star air crewman Bond. So capable he could skip basic training. He'll now demonstrate his superior close combat skills. Monroe, will you do?
Why is he talking me up? Why is he gassing me up? It's just so I fall harder, right?
Show me what you got.
Oh, W.
I'll have to join now.
Wake up, Mr. Air Crewman.
Let's watch the fight.
Okay.
You got this, Monroe.
It didn't teach me how to block, though.
So, perhaps some basic training might still be needed. Cressida, Monroe is top of the class. I task you with bringing him up to speed.
But sir,
He gets 2 weeks to pass basics.
we still have to study for social engineering.
Well, consider it a challenge, Cressida. You like those. You know what?
Damn, the way he told her.
If he fails, I take 2 credits from both of you.
Can't be serious. You know,
She's hot.
I do love a challenge.
Respectfully, sir. I think we'd be wasting our time.
Okay, who watched your... Bro. He needs to use the money he's getting from this to get buy a better attitude. Special Black Ops versus, that's fair. Private rank? Oh, I'm baby bitch. Which one's my bed? Can I just take whatever? Yeah, don't give me that look. I will literally fail. I will literally fail just to make you lose your 2 credits. 100%. This guy shouldn't be saying shit, guys. Yeah, I got a hair knot, Bow Bow. Baby bitch. Ah, baby bitch.
So yesterday was fun. Listen, I don't know who the hell is playing favors for you. Obviously someone up high, but you won't get any from me. Better candidates were cut, and as far as I'm concerned, you should only be here if you've earned
Bow!
it. You and Greenway both.
Bow, 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 bow. Bow, bow. Explodes bow. Destroys bow. Eats bow. Whoa.
Boys?
Hey, where am I gonna sit?
Driver. She'll take you through the drill.
Do I get to drive?
And you better learn fast.
CBS, a classic. Seen some real life action too back in her day. Still a gorgeous drive.
Ooh.
Do a lap around the island, get a feel for her. Fast as you please. No speed limits here.
Let's do this.
I'll come along, show you the course, and give you a few pointers.
6, 7. Wait, little PP, why does she kind of look like you IRL though?
Go, go, go! If you want to prove Monroe wrong, you need to up your game. Slow down for the corners.
God, I played Forza.
Nice traction there.
Dancing through.
Use the handbrake for sharp turns.
What a great set of wheels.
To be fair, this car is kind of W.
Step on it. Do you even have a license?
Nearly cleared that. Pretty solid for a first run.
Not too shabby. Next time, let's see you go fast, please.
Keep your paws off my daddy bun. Oh.
2 weeks. Tick-tock, Ed. Come on.
Shit, we have to keep going. It's training. Nani conseil.
Hit 3 times.
Drifto. Guys, I'm studying. Because I'm hot. Yeah, you are.
Don't let him punch you. You need to step up on. Christ. Now, add an attack to that. Not even trying, are you?
What do you mean I'm not even trying? I'm shitting on this guy.
Give me 100. 1, 2, 3.
Bro, this training sequence is so sick.
Seconds or less. Get to the flag. You know the drill.
This training sequence is so sick.
For the love of God, isn't that enough misery for one night?
Well done.
15 seconds, bro. Dude, this is sick.
Charge him, come on.
Bro, this is easy.
Hit 3 targets. Lucky shot. Something like that.
To be my best, you need to be confident, bold, and take chances.
Guys, I'm so good. I'm actually busted. I'm OP.
Try to stay on the track.
Yeah, I know.
That was such a better time than what I got before.
99. 99.
What do you mean 99 again? Bro doesn't know how to count.
I'm out of ammo.
What the fuck? You could throw weapons?
Hold on. You two, get in the ring.
Okay, let's do this.
Really, Monroe?
I am holding. Guys, I'm ass! It's the thing that's what it's done is rep, right? You repeat the number until they get it right. Oh my god, maybe you're right.
Everything he's got isn't close to enough.
What do you mean? I like halved the other time, bro.
On. Shoot.
Oh, nobody knew you had to.
Deal with it.
Target his weapon.
Will say, make shoot the enemy's hands to the smart arm. And then press G.
Stop scratching your ass. Get moving.
This is sick, bro.
For the practice.
This is sick. Being able to just win. Guys, I could have had a better time if I knew how to play the game.
Bond, you didn't.
I did.
Didn't want to be rude.
Okay. Air crew, you're up. If you're serious about earning your place, let's go.
Monroe.
Oh.
Dating horror stories you care to share. You look like a man who's had a few.
You think this is a joke? Easy, mate.
Bye, Fred. Have a good lurk. I love you.
Well, I thought
I'm glad you got home. Get
I
comfy.
don't have to earn this. I can just get by on blind luck, right?
Who needs luck when you've got the old boy network on your side?
Christ, Bond.
What do you say, mate? Call it a day?
Okay. No more kickers.
We're bluff and lure. I have like icon. Oh, Q. Q.
It is.
I forgot how to play. Oh shit, that's a war crime? Is it actually? Is fake surrendering a war crime?
Bond, you stop.
Stop them. Greenway will go mad.
Oh my god, I'm getting bullied. This is like in high school.
If you had half a clue, you might actually be dangerous. How did you even get here?
Mummy and Daddy pull some strings.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. There is no war cry if you win. If Bao Bao wins, Bao Bao wins. Holy shit, can't one of us die in this? Aren't we like... Shouldn't we be careful? husband. Hi. I love you. Oh, we became gay. Oh.
I, for one, won't be sorry when you're gone.
Sir, this is on me. I decided to take the sparring outside of the ring. Things might have gotten slightly out of hand.
Don't take the blame for him, Monroe.
Honestly, sir, he's cleared his close combat requirements. I just really wanted to test him. See what he's got.
Nice. Nice.
That was out of line, I apologize.
I expected better from you. And Monroe, if you want this mess, clean it up. Alone.
Clean it up? Bro, you want bro to clean up all of that? We went through some crazy shit, bro. And they just laugh apparently. Please take care, nurse. Take care. I love you so much. I made it through basic training.
There is also the matter of your performance review.
Oh, fuck.
Bond is immature and reckless.
VTuber feet inhaler? Excuse me.
Ideas of loyalty. He's a bad influence on the other recruits who
Get going. I'm waiting. I'm wait. Another day, another time. The squashes you all. The beans are out. I hope you're having a good day today. 9 out of 10 smells like Cheetos. W. W.
Greenway recommends that I cut you from the program.
I actually feed people Cheetos with my toes.
Not exactly a surprise. It's been a pleasure, Mom.
I want to show you something.
What do you want to show me? The wind guided here. You're so funny.
Neat trick.
I missed it. Bam.
You'll see, but first let me give you
Her
some context.
mussy.
I've been heading MI6 for 14 months now.
Okay,
Tell me,
keep talking while I brush my hair, lady.
Have we had on British soil in that period?
As far as I know, none.
Dead agents, blown covers?
I wouldn't know, Mom.
Also none. How about the number of prevented or secretly resolved conflicts?
We're prevented.
This way.
Oh. Delta, it's okay. You can always. Does M stand for mom, you think?
Hey, there's no need.
Mom.
Can you imagine? Damn, I want that kind of power.
Success rate like now. Never before the precision, safety, intel quality, and conflict resolution to such high standards. Unprecedented and unrivaled by anyone else in the intelligence community.
Whoa, that's the Bond door when it opens up on the bullet and he shoots you and the red blood comes out. RE10 confirmed. Oh wait, you're right. Oh my god. True. Bow bow.
This is the reason for our success. Meet Thea.
Hi,
The
Thea.
world's first and only second-generation quantum computer.
Oh fuck, so you're the reason why the Steam Deck costs $1,000 now.
Thea synthesizes millions of data streams instantaneously to make statistical deductions on matters of national security. The system's all but wiped the floor with GCHQ.
She's the Mog
Since its
Master.
activation,
Oh.
we've saved more lives, thwarted more attacks, lost fewer people. That was Thea in Iceland, in case you were wondering.
Ow.
Guiding you every step of the way.
It was?
I was wrong.
Thea gave you a less than 1% chance of success. You simply beat the odds.
True.
I didn't realize those were actual odds.
Whoa! V and Mead? Oh my god, Bondage. James Bondage. Hello. Hi, friends. Cyrus, hi, cutie. Hi, Pose. Yo, guys, follow like my bestest friends. Mead and V are like such good streamers and such good friends of mine. Like tight-knit crew right here. Yo, y'all trying to play some gambling with friends right now? I'll just quit my game. No, I'm joking. Wait, V has to work. V has to work. Yeah, friends, I hope the health drive was good. Thank you so much. Friends, welcome on in. Most of you probably know me, for those of you coming in. Glaze me, girl. I got you. I'm brushing my hair right now. I'm brushing my hair because I let it get knotted by mistake, and but friends, I'm so happy to see you all. How was it? I don't want you guys. Oh, you have to work. You work too much. You work too much, V. Stay home with me forever. No, what do you mean, Cyrus? You always see me, bro. I'm here. I love you. I cannot stop loving you. Loving you is easy 'cause you're beautiful. The Sons of Random Moments, we love that. We love random moments. Don't even worry. Except when you want to eat me. Bro, I'm just hungry right now. I'm just hungry right now. But yeah, guys, we're playing 007, the new James Bond game. The new James Bond game. I hope you're enjoying it. When are you not hungry? True. I promise you. I promise you. I'm hungry right now, Mead, and I kind of want to order a cheeseburger. I'm trying so well. I'm trying so hard not to order and just wait till I make myself a tuna sandwich before workout. Guess testosterone? No, testosterone. It's not the hormones about your hair. Hormones, as far as I know, from a medical science level that I just studied. Kakarati, I love you. Hormones have nothing to do with hair. Sorry. It does a little bit. But hair growth and hair knots, it's just a girl thing. It's literally a long hair thing. You have to brush your hair every day if you don't want to get knots. Here, sorry, Mary, I almost shit myself. I almost shit myself. But having long hair, you're bound to get fucking knots. You just gotta, like, when you shower, you gotta dry it properly and brush it. Yeah, if you have curly hair, yeah, it's not about the testosterone. It's quite, yeah, right, Kakarati? I feel you. That is true, Kakarati. You have hella straight hair. Okay, V, go get to Workies Eat. How's this game? It's super good and funny, Mead. It's amazing.
You proved an important point of mine.
We had like a whole training segment, which was really cool.
For such human flourishes as heart and intuition in modern spycraft. In fact, that's the very reason I'm bringing back the double O's.
Oh, I heard you were cleared for advanced training?
I am?
You did an impossible thing. I would like you to do it again.
Oh.
If I can't.
We beat something.
Then I don't have much use for you, do I?
We had a 1% chance of surviving something. Like a computer generated thing was like, you have 1% of surviving, and we did, and that's why they've taken notice to me. And she wants us to do it again to see if I can beat odds.
Come on.
What's a Faraday cage? Dude, Pose, I will be the 1% one day, and then the 1% will grow because I will share all my money.
You really should work on that infuriatingly secretive side of yours.
Oh.
It's the kinky thing.
Well, how about this? I'm sure there'll be a surprise or two for you in there.
Bit over the top.
I don't, Mary. It's been too long. Oh, I put my Faraday in there, my bad. To be fair, whenever I put whatever symptoms I have into Berserk. Whoa.
I'm sure Q's waiting for you.
Whoa. I want to meet Q.
Ask to see you as well. Look for a sign that says tax in.
Dude, is this the phone booth that's from, you know the doctor? Doctor Who? Oh, we're just going in or out? That's so sick.
Don't they know we're MI6?
We're not MI6. We're Universal Exports.
Move!
Apparently, they didn't get the
Oh, I don't need to be here. Hey, my turn?
Open for business.
Just about, Recruit Bond. Still waiting on deliveries that should have been.
Okay. Your microwave, you should get a cheeseburger. I'm dieting though, or else I would.
Not now, please.
First time. Well, every time feels like the first time. Welcome to Q Lab.
QT, wow.
Yep. The latest in
I
automated...
could get a lettuce burger, I guess though, but I have like a tuna sandwich that I can make downstairs.
What are you working on?
Oh, it's this robotic arm. It keeps... Say, you're Bond, aren't you?
You're okay, I love you, me. You don't gotta be sorry for anything, boo.
Bringing you into the fold, I was just...
You don't gotta be sorry for feeling feelings, you know?
And without proper training. Truly remarkable.
I got lucky.
Nonsense. My friend Paxton was on the extraction team. He'd be dead if it wasn't for you. Hold your head high, Bond. I mean that.
Thanks.
Bond? James Bond. Alright, I'll do it. Eat that tuna, girl. I guess I could eat a bit. I think I'm honestly getting the hungry stuff though because I'm dehydrated. You know how your body feels hungry when you're not hydrating as well either? You're too kind. Bah, I'm just me. I'm just a peace and love kind of gal. I'm like a new age hippie, you know? I'm like a 2020s hippie emo gal.
Stand still.
Yeah, Marcus, agree.
And you found him. Right, step through here, please.
Hey guys, I kind of want to get. Do you know where I can pick up a good like a foldable like walking thingy? So that when I like play games or whatever, I could like walk.
Just yet.
It's like kind of like a
interesting. Right.
Kind of like
I have something for you.
A treadmill, but yeah, is that what it is? Like to be able, like when I'm at my computer, I could just be walking.
Pick one.
I want to try a.
Oh, you do. May I see it?
May I see it? Is he gay? I hope he is. Throw it away. Throw it away. Yes.
Now you get a new one.
You use it every day? Is it cheap?
Now choose one.
What's the difference?
This one's maroon. That's navy, burgundy, winter grey.
Which one? They all kind of suck. NGL. Maybe the emerald one? There's no pink one. Your choice. Steal the case? What the fuck? Where is pink? I have done my meds. Yes, thank you for the hand, Patsy. I love you. Guys, you think navy blue? I'm thinking emerald. Burgundy veil has a stripe in it. Maybe navy blue, guys. Emeralds? 130 US. Off Amazon, bro, pose? Bros, they all look fucking the same. I hear red makes it go faster. What do you mean? Oh, yes, please. I like the design with the stripes, honestly. Like the ember gray kind of slaps. Each one of those like 10K. I just wish there was like a pink. I mean, the winter gray is kind of dope too. The red has been. Oh, that's maroon, not red. It looks like red. I know the strap on. No, pose. It's Cyrus. He's talking about his fucking maroon 67. Maroon.
I suppose it suits you.
I suppose you suit my fucking asshole.
Give it a moment to calibrate. Switch on
Woo!
the EQ lens overlay. Now, use the watch to turn off the 2 lamps on the table in front of you.
What the fuck?
Great work, Bond. With a little practice, it will become second nature. It has a variable active range and a 360 reach angle. To be honest, we haven't tested it to its limit yet. Why don't you give it a try?
Whoa. Howdy, Zavi. I'm gonna look at it. Hold on. Amazon. Amazon walking pad. Oh, 200 Canadian? You gotta be kidding me, bro. Bro. I also need a workout mat too. I need something that's like soft though. $50? Foldable anti-tear working mat? Okay. You are the no, I need a 200 Canadian, so I have to feed and house them too. All of it soft. Will this work? Mato, I don't know if you want me like doing a push-up on you or like squats on you or.
I'm sure you can find something to trigger.
I like it. Don't change a thing.
Oops, it must still be set to my profile. Well done, though. Let me reset your watch to field mode.
No, not on the face. I mean, like my feet on
electrical devices are available.
Mato's tummy. 10 play soft, yeah.
We need a cleanup over here.
Right away.
James Bond.
Selena Gomez?
The last time someone told me that, I had to leave the country in some haste.
Oh, which country?
Which time?
Dr. Selena Tan. I'm in charge of tactical simulations. My department specializes in performance management and skill development.
W.
I've been working with Thea on a prototype based on the Iceland incident. Once the system is operational, I'd very much like you to have a go.
Oh, I'm not sure. Ever been one for nostalgia?
You're intrigued, admit it. Come and see me after training. I promise you won't be
No, Delta! I meant like on, not like, it's not how you think it's gonna be. It's not how you planned it's gonna be.
Web Industries. They've come a long way since artillery cannons.
Weird.
It's hackable though. Wait, there's random shit you could just pick up here.
Watch it. Cable.
I should hack your shit, bro, for having that attitude with me. Thursday, apparently, yeah.
Bloody hell. It's like stepping in front of a jet engine.
What's in here?
Go again? Who knows? Give me a moment. Where all the magic happens. The bells are adjusting.
No, I need more hack. I need more hacking power.
You all sorted?
Yeah, I got my hacking watch.
Yes.
If you're ready to leave, I'll bring
Here's
you
some
on
funny
board training.
pose.
Your keys.
For?
Your digs. MI6 is setting you up in safe houses for the next 6 months. You're with Cressida and Monroe.
So we're not going back to Malta?
I show you this and you want to go back to bunk beds. I'd kill for a place like that. But yes, you'll be going back and forth between MI6 and Malta for advanced training. And when in London, you'll just have to slum it in Bayswater.
Is the hacking watch the watch from, oh, maybe. I love how you have the golden kappa. Yeah. Ernest, hi. Excuse me, gentlemen.
Stephen Bright.
Oh, Foreign Secretary Bright. Bond.
I was
James
just
Bond.
dropping off a few boxes for Cressida.
Duskies.
I hope we'll meet again.
I hope you're well, Ernest. You did, little pepperoni pizza that I want to demolish. I just think it's cute looking at it. I just think you is damn cute. Deal runner. Okay, I see it. Oh, but this is Amazon.com, but I'll copy paste it into my own thing and find it. How much? That looks dope. I kind of want one just to get like my steps in while I'm like streaming or whatever. Watch in this cost 8. Holy shit. What did I do wrong? I alt tab for 1 second and now it's destroying. Why? Bro, guys, I honestly...
Hey, guys.
I shouldn't have alt tabbed.
Hey, Bond. You gotta check this place. Rooms are in the back.
What the?
Enter the hall to the left.
I think I broke it. You love yours, little PP. It's so big. No, but it's because I alt tabbed and I ruined it. It wasn't like this before. I've got memory leakage. What if I just exit and come back? What if I just exit and come back? No, Mr. Bond. How did this change? This 100% changed, guys. You can't even see it, but it's in my VRAM just changed IRL in real time. I used to have bigger. Did it change graphics card? Can it even change graphics card? I shouldn't change graphics card. How do you know what graphics card your game might be? Oh, the card might be screaming. Okay, 1 second, 1 second. I should have done this shit. I quit. Get me out. Get me out of here. Dude, it's probably fucking my computer is like, dude, guys, my computer is hotter than Matto right now. It's insane.
I don't know what this is, but it's kind of hot.
Yeah, it is. That was legitness. Yeah, it was. Exit this, exit this. Oh, I want to exit. Yeah, I shouldn't have alt tab. That's my bad. You know what? I shouldn't even had a computer, guys. It's my fault. My fault for fucking streaming this game. It's booting up again. Fellas! Making rocks think was a mistake. Oh. Real. I'm so hot, it's making me sleepy, guys. I wanna blow up an AI usage data center in Minecraft. Bala bala ba.
Hope, I'm gonna invest in a Ryzen CPU and MOBO with DDR5 RAM with a better GPU and power supply because AMD, in my opinion, is better than most Intel CPUs. Also,
I love you
your
too!
streams. Keep
You're
it
so
up
cool!
Because they're silly and funny and cool. And
Cool.
also unique and whatnot.
Thank you. See, look, I shouldn't have never alt-tabbed.
Hey, Bond. You gotta check this place out.
Yeah, let me get a coffee real quick.
Left to the worst one. Enter the hall to the left.
No, it's inside the Faraday cage. Hi, Chewie. How are you? Oh, it's probably better now. It's probably saying that I'm allowed to use over 8 gigs or whatever, some shit. Why? Wait, why did it drop down? Yeah, my DLS shit is off. Dude, my VRAM thing, like, it said I'm allowed to, it said I'm allowed to use up to 7, but it somehow went, like, lower. But I don't get, like, it wasn't, it was, like, a different thing altogether before. There. Move, Forte! I like the way you move for me. I can tell you you're a cow for me. I can tell you're a cow.
Your room's down the hall on the left.
Now show me your fat udders. I'll milk you from the back. That's so bad. Never mind. That's so bad. We happy. We angole, therefore we happy. That it's running on the wrong GPU. Yeah, but it could be, but I don't know how to like change that, you know? We angole, therefore we happy. Dude, I need a shower like this IRL. Can I live here? I'm living here, right?
Hey, Cress. Foreign Secretary Bright is your dad. I just met him at the door.
Yes, you know.
You're lucky. You know what? I should make you all.
What have you got for me?
The key to your room. Obviously, the best room's already taken, but the second best one's still free.
Really?
Yeah.
I should make it so you guys can
How
add.
Monroe makes decisions is a mystery to me.
Felt little PP. Forte. Wait, I like that doggy friend person. He was nice to me one time.
Endorphins in the morning, cold in the evening and not facing the streets. The bathroom is right next door. Of course, the pipes and the drains are facing this way, but that's a small concern compared to the upsides.
You really considered all that?
Who wouldn't?
He's funny. He makes me. I don't think he's a furry. Is he a furry? Do you think he has to be like a little bit?
About 40 minutes ago.
A tiny bit.
Plastering the walls with study plans.
You have to give me a question. I don't know how to lower drop.
Notes and a mess. 20 minutes. I'm impressed.
Shut it. You're starting to sound like Monroe.
Yeah, you have to like ask me a question. I could just like make something up, but I don't know. New collectible, Cressidia Bay. Yeah, right, Kakarati? Samesies. Dojies, how are you?
Is that meant to be a jab?
Well, surprise us. have food? What's your food? Is one event that you wish you changed? Going to school. I mean, granted, I'm always like a firm believer of like, I'm always like a firm believer of like, I wouldn't be who I am today if I didn't make the actions or choose the things I did in the past. And I love who I am today. That's one thing. But if I could choose anything, I would go back into like, I would not go into schooling for hospitality and tourism management. I would go to schooling for something more artistic. Like I would like probably do music or something.
Yeah,
I wish I believed in my creative shit back in the day.
Are you hacking my laptop again? Stop.
Good Troop, Furry Suspicion, Goof Troop. Oh my god, notices you're singing. Ooh, blah, blah. Wait, can I hack stuff in here? I would go back to stand by my choice. God, that's so hot. Chicken wings? Oh my god, I wanna.
Trying to reach my messages, you creep.
Studster 555 wants to see you again.
Ugh, please.
Studster?
I mean it. Stop it. You're going to break it.
All right, all right. Something to hack.
Uh-huh.
I...
Someone needs to unpack the kitchen. What's for dinner?
Leave it. Let's head out and celebrate.
Okay. Let me know when you're ready.
Oh, we're good. We're roomies together. This is cute. To J-Cat. Hi, I love you. I want to eat chicken wings handless. Like, I want to, like, tie my hands behind my back and eat chicken wings.
Not bad, eh?
It's all right. For a little while, I suppose.
Who's doing J-Cat? Thank you so much for 4 months. That means a lot. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Now you're here, you can help us settle something. I'll just get Monroe. Hey, Monroe. Mind coming to the kitchen?
Coming.
Bond, you'll be the judge. What do you say? This grotesque pastiche of hypermasculine tropes, or this piece massively commanding negative space with a quiet intensity?
In other words, the cool picture or the boring one?
Why do I have to pick? Oh, you freak. Like, I knew that, but... I mean, the one to the left is more kind of like accommodating. I would hang the one on the left.
But I'll have to go with the painting. Do love a good negative space.
2 against 1, Monroe. Last thing you want in the morning is that nausea-inducing poster attacking your senses.
No, it's not like... Yeah, like, that's a good poster for his room, right? I wanted to study for a career in robotic percent. They looked at me like I was crazy. Really? Bro. Adults fucked us up, little PP. How's the young Nathan Drake going? Oh my god, I guess it kind of does feel like that.
Thank God, I'm starving. Hi, there's a decent Indian just around the corner. There's just enough time before we head back to Malta. Monroe?
Monroe? Has Bond always been assassins? Wanted me? Kinda. He's more of like, think of him as Spider-Man. You know, oh, I alt-tabbed to check the volume because that was loud. I'm sorry, I may have fucked myself. He's kind of like Spider-Man, right? I wish I sought out a relationship during university. They're kind of
Always
fun.
do the unexpected. It's the first rule of
I
Spy
dated
Club.
somebody in my college / uni
Go in and
years.
get the flag.
We
No
turned out
lethal
to be
force
best
allowed
friends
unless
in the
opponent
end,
has
though.
intent
But
to
you
kill.
know,
This may not be real guns, but we still play by those rules. Is that understood? Bond, your first Cressida Monroe will be your radio support. Try not to embarrass yourself.
Earpieces in, boys. What's our strategy?
We'll just have to wing it, won't we?
Greenway emphasized our code of conduct. So this exercise must be about testing how good we are with the new equipment from Q-Lab.
I need to go get some water soon. Guys, remind me to get some water after the training grounds. Hi, Sasha. How are you?
That watch, you'll run circles around those grunts.
In position.
Good luck.
Ma! Ow!
Waiting for?
The gate to open.
Must be part of the test. Use your watch, Bond.
Oh. Easy, GG easy.
Entering now. Here we go.
This is it, Bond. Get that flag.
Remember your training, mate. You got this.
You've got your Q lens. Use it.
Good thinking, staying low.
Let's show these guys what we're made of.
Stick to the playbook and they won't stand a chance.
Right, let's do this.
Oh, that's sick. So we have hacking batteries. W. W. Easy. What is that?
Left route. My choice exactly.
Can't wait to show those SAS when it's my turn.
Nice. Not a sound.
Dummy, it's use the force, Luke. What is this? Ammo crates release? That would destroy somebody. I could have done it for him, Isis. I'm good. Sasha, good to see you. Having issues with my mental. Oh, that's okay. J-Cat, I'm just happy to see you. I'm sorry it's been a struggle, honey.
They're about to see you, Bond.
No, they aren't.
Why would...
Could be worth a look.
I love and cherish you.
Never heard you coming.
Could be a wounded man right here. Go see if you can help. Watch yourself. What's that?
Get ready.
Hey, if it works, it works. Go for it, Bond.
Wait!
Taking the call.
Right.
Wait, I didn't. I was trying to stealth. I was trying to stealth. I'm sorry.
Can't wait for my run. I'll show those wankers.
I panicked, guys.
Now get to its top.
Stealthing.
What the hell was that all about?
Also, don't forget to hydrate. I will after I finish this. I'll go get my water because I just emptied my water bottle.
They can see you.
Weakling.
Guys, I'm not doing a very good job of like.
Nothing here.
You're so close. You've got this.
Too easy.
Yeah. And to be fair, your stealth is better than your driving. That's saying something. I think.
Again.
Dude, we must be jacked. Stealth or no stealthing punches. There are no witnesses. There are no stealths. True.
Answer truthfully. What's your name?
James Bond.
How old are you?
26.
That's our baseline. Now watch this. You don't like me, do you?
God, Jesus.
This should be interesting.
No, I don't.
Well, this is awkward. But the line is flat, so he's telling the truth. Small initial waves just before shows that he's under some duress.
Oh, who shit themselves, Mav?
Do you think telling me you don't like me will affect my ability to judge you objectively?
What does that mean?
Based on our past experience,
Yes.
In other words, you think I'm incompetent. Do you miss your parents?
None of your business.
But you would agree that being orphaned at a young age has left you
Damn,
rudderless
he's
and
ripping me
unable to
apart
finish
mentally.
anything meaningful. What?
No.
Are you offended? You think I've overstepped? You do realize that the people who put you in that chair in real life, they won't play fair.
Dig in.
Whoa, he likes her. Or he's just good at art. Are those three all fucking? Wouldn't you like to know whether Doge? I don't know actually. But he might have a thing for her. Whoa, wait. Who's this? I'm fucking no.
Bob?
Archives.
Holy!
Are you comfortable?
Thank you. I am.
Let's calibrate. What's your name?
Cressida
Started.
Pale blue-grey.
Okay, that's a solid baseline. Now, start spinning Porky's crest.
Ready? Here we go. How old are you?
52.
How the hell do you do that? Try something harder?
Cressida, does it bother you to be such a nepo baby?
Don't be absurd. My parents are serving time for embezzlement. I had to change my
Damn.
name because of it.
No, I wasn't fucking her though.
Ooh, your mother would be devastated to hear you say that, Cress. She spends every waking hour paving your way through life. I'm curious, doesn't that make you doubt your achievements sometimes?
My spiritual journey has taken me to a place where the words like mother and achievements are meaningless.
Nothing. How is that possible? You have to try harder to trip her up, Bond.
Damn.
So, Cressida, how long have you had the hots for Monroe?
I don't. Hey.
Whoa!
What? You fancy?
You fancy me?
Say so.
Before you use these gadgets in the field, it's important you understand how they work. These phones do more than just make calls.
What do they do?
Bond, Ronson, please pick up a phone and load up from the chemicals on the workbench.
Can't wait.
Go on, guys, try it out.
Dart phone? What the fuck?
Found what I need.
Splendid. Ronson, step into the red
Hey, yeah.
Bond, step into the blue circle.
Well, this is going to suck.
My mistake. Didn't see you there.
Bond, whenever you're ready.
Sorry, Ronson. Nothing personal.
Hold art. Press 4. Ah! I pressed Alt F4. I missed the 4 button and pressed Alt F. I hate this game. Oh, you've done it. W. I'm so upset. It's coming back, guys. It's coming. W stream. W hope chat. W. Oh my god, I'm such an it. Getting baited by the guy. I just missed. I don't know how you miss. It's like a whole stretch. It closed my game, right? Oh my god, I'm so upset. Load in, load in. Vienno, hi. Hey, cute star. No, not that for. No, but it's maybe W muscle memory is crazy. Oh god. I guess I can get some water. Okay, guys, be right back. You watch the game.
Before you
do its
use
thing.
these gadgets in the field, it's important you understand how they work.
I'm gonna get some water
These
because I'm
phones
thirsty.
do more than just make calls.
I have to put on a shirt though, because I don't want to scar my
Johnson,
roommate.
Please pick up a phone and load up from the chemicals on the workbench.
Can't wait.
Go on, guys, try it out.
Here we go.
It just ended my game.
Glad it's not me.
Oh, I'll let her walk to her square.
Come on, Bond.
I'll give her a chance to walk to her square. There we go. Be right back. Silence, I'm getting water. I'll be like 2 seconds.
Bond, step into the blue circle.
Well, this is going to suck.
I went to pee as well too. What a great clip! That's so fun. Oh. Like, oh, like that never happens to somebody. As if I sit here, I might be still a little fun till they put me to sleep. Anyway, Fibbly Gumbo Slut. Does it feel good? Do you feel real good right now?
Sorry, Ronson.
4.
Nothing personal.
4.
Nausea, dizziness, and disorientation. The target's balance is affected, making it impossible for them to remain standing in one place. Perfect for when you need someone out of your way.
Ah, shit.
Damn.
It's not possible.
Thank you.
Given your current
Unlocked us in.
guidance, it is
True. Now you can taste it, Delta.
I don't know. I need some air.
You can't control the target, Monroe, but you can learn to control you. Bond, pick up the gun and hit the target.
Sounds simple enough.
Tap E while aiming to focus.
Almost. Try again. Skill or pure dumb luck? Let's find out.
No. I was probably where's off the fun probably begins. Oh my god, Silent. Oh, I'm in a sick uniform. We're besties now. Bagheera.
I can't believe
Baggy. Bagheera.
True spycraft.
I'm impressed.
How are you, sweetie? Thank you so much for the raid. What were you were also playing? How far did you get? Where are you at? Let me love on
Early
you.
day tomorrow. Catch the flag at daybreak. SAS are prepping for it now. Suggest you get some rest.
Oh, yeah.
I remember when Sundays were Sundays. Yeah.
I don't know if I did or didn't. I'll have to look up the documentation because I thought once you got it, I thought it was just an error. I'm gonna look it up eventually.
We go get the flag now. Have a well-deserved rest tomorrow.
That's actually not a bad idea.
What? You want to do this, Chris?
First order spycraft? Greenway can't possibly object.
Ads over, yay! Oh, we're gonna sneak in like.
Stand there all night.
Hi! Hi, Glitch! Glitch Witch Willy, that's so cool.
Let me know when you're through.
I love your name, is what I'm trying to say.
Let's go.
Listen, I know you guys don't like to be humiliated on the courses, but if you choose to see through our superiority, we're actually really nice people.
You believe this girl? Piss off.
Okay, I'm just messing with you. I am serious about us not sitting.
Wait, when you get to the after the Armada, Hannah, you remain in the for a minimum of 12 months or longer if you continue to satisfy the. Oh, but I only recently just got it, so my shit should be like clean. I should be a clean state right now.
Bond, over here. More of them.
Sneaks into whose room Snuggy Isnums and writes good evening.
See, how did you...
Press V to lure enemies.
If that's you, Bennett, I'm gonna stick this knight somewhere you won't like it.
Oh. Tasha, yeah. I got it like this year. Hama got it or helped me get it at the beginning of the year, or like you didn't. It was the like all of you guys did. I swear. Like it was a recent thing for me. I'm good, Lily. How are you doing? Can I hack the cigarettes? I can't hack the cigarettes. Ba 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 da ba da da. Huh? To confront enemies, Q.
Hey, what are you doing?
Q to bluff enemies.
Oh hey, listen, Greenway's birthday's coming up and we're throwing him a little thing. Just spreading the word. Mind if I pass?
Okay, go ahead.
Cheers.
Party with the spies. Didn't see that one coming.
Monroe, they're having a party without us. Bit insulted.
Yeah.
Nah, still out. They just don't make SAS troopers like in my day.
Okay, I'll keep looking.
And Chewie,
There's a building across the compound that looks like a good place to start.
Sounds like you boys are enjoying your little game of hide and seek.
I feel like.
I'm empty. You up for another beer?
I was gonna turn in. Want to be fresh for the exercise.
Why?
What's grunt?
They're just a bunch of wannabe secret agents. And besides, the flag's stashed on the top floor. Single point of entry, like fish in a barrel, I'm telling you.
Fair enough. Beer it is then.
Monroe, the flag's on the top floor of the back building. Repeat, it's on the top floor of the back building.
Received and understood. Meet you up there.
How's Hopium? I'm doing well. I'm happy to see you. Oh, I can just fucking deck this guy. Right? With G?
Alright, let's dance, pretty boy.
Watch out, Bond. They're about to spot you.
Come on, hard man.
You're in it now, Bond.
Certainly am.
No, that was such a good. That was such like a good like sneaky. Was that not? I hope it doesn't restart like all the way. I want to see if I can stealth this without getting caught. God.
I'm empty. You up for another beer?
I was gonna turn in. Want to be
And
fresh
punch.
for the
I guess you're right. I guess you're right. Kuro, how are you, sweetie?
Agents. And besides, the flag's stashed on the top floor. Single point.
No, compared to my life, what do you mean?
Monroe,
Hi.
the flag's on the top floor of the back building. Repeat, it's on the top floor of the back building.
Received and understood. Meet you up there.
Press Q to bluff a group of guards?
Hey, over here. Call a doctor. Or a priest, depending how the next 30 seconds goes.
All right, then. I've got it from here.
Right then. I was never here.
I just straight up bluffed them?
Looks like a person in the courtyard.
Check him out. But be careful. Watch out, Bond. They're about to spot you. Huh?
Stop that now. Let's do this the hard way then.
I'm so confused. I thought I bluffed them, but maybe the other guys are naughty. How many programs does it take to choose? None. It's a hardware issue. That's so funny. All right, again. Again.
I'm empty. You up for another beer?
I was gonna turn in. I want to be fresh for the exercise.
Why? They're just a bunch of wannabe secret agents. And besides, the flag's stashed on the top floor. Single point of entry, like...
Wolo, did you beat it?
Fair enough.
No, I already Alt F4 in
Flag's on the top
subs.
floor of the back building. Repeat, it's on the top floor of the back building.
Received and understood. Meet you up there.
Good. Ba-da. Near, near, near. Near, 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 near. Let's no! I keep forgetting this game's out. I love this game so much. Dude, I need to play the new Batman game too.
Oi, who's here?
It looks actually so good. The new, I think like it would help me like understand like everything. I don't. It's just, ugh. We'll play the Batman game. I don't know when, but.
Tell her to have a great birthday. And the car's a total write-off.
Did I?
Jesus, what was a daft old
But it counts in months, right? Like it would count 12 months. It wouldn't reset on like the whole new year. Highlighted objects.
I don't get this.
It is. I feel weird about not being able to hide the bodies like in Hitman. I won't lie. The name's Dreams. HopeDreams. Yeah. Oh, look at my side. Wait, maybe leave out this window? Yeah, there's so many Easter eggs. Oh my god. I'm glad you're having fun. It looks so good.
6 months, and if anyone was to find out I was talking to you lot, I'd be binned off, no problem. Yes, I'm interested in the dates.
Trooper? What are you doing up here? There's an intruder in the lower levels.
We didn't hear.
Keep your ears open and you might next time.
I could have just taken him out, honestly. When Hope? I have Hope merch. What do you mean when Hope merch?
on perimeter.
It's through Ubu Market.
I wanna shred your butthole with a weed whacker till it looks nice and smooth like a golf course. Ugh, fug, sheep, tough, sheep, tough, sheep, tough, sheep, tough.
Yeah, maybe some balls can finally get in there. That's so fun. Oh boy.
What's that? Let me see.
You can't be here, sir.
Take it easy.
Are you listening?
All right, son. You need to step back.
No, you taking applicant. You want that? I'm the faker. Yeah, it's timely. It's finally time to get a hole in one. If you know what I'm saying. I have to start here. I'm gonna lose my mind. I should have just dealt with them because I know I'm a better fighter than I am a stealther.
I was gonna turn in. I want to be fresh for the exercise. Watch out, Bond. They're about to spot you.
I'm gonna mess you up.
Okay, restart. I'm so bad. I know I'm gonna put a hole in here. That sounds more like a threat. In my mind.
I'm empty. You up for another beer?
I was gonna turn in. I want to be fresh for the exercise.
Why? Want to be secret agents. And besides, the flag's stashed on the top floor.
Theo, how are you? Friends, you should follow. Oh, I alt-tabbed because I wanted to shout out Sheeb. I hope it doesn't kill my VRAM. Go love on him.
Here it is then.
W streamer. W Theo streamer too.
Repeat, it's on the top floor of the back building.
Received and understood.
W everyone streamer. I love all my friends.
Watch out, Bond. They're about to spot you.
W Schmope, wow. Keys to the compound basement?
Hope they weren't too attached.
You're massive W.
Nah. Hell no. I'll never allow anyone to sneak past me again. Can't believe it. Right. I know.
You could do this level in so many different ways.
Mess. Or is it just ask? I have at least half a clue what they're looking for in the first place.
No, Kuro.
Job, you're not doing the job.
Marzi, thank you so much for the follow. Hi.
Looking forward to taking the gloves off tomorrow. Yeah. You look a little out of
Easy
place.
now.
Anything I can do?
There's an intruder running around the lower levels.
Nobody told us.
Always the last to know, eh?
W.
It would be nice to remind the baby spies who the real professionals are.
I'm stuck on the top floor with a bloody
W
flag.
bluff.
Think that's clever to you?
There's no way we're
Cheeky
letting them
sod.
go that far.
Southpaw fail. Been doing that since juniors, man. Try it, Ken.
W bluff. W execute.
Okay, back on track. Other guy's taking a bit of a kip.
Whoa. Make a phone call, make a phone call.
Jesus, what was that?
W. Yeah, oh, I want to rap. Guys, I can't wait to eat. I promise you after this, I'm devouring a tuna sandwich. It's gonna be so over for that tuna sandwich. Okay, let's actually use our shit here, like our gadgets.
Thought you were on perimeter check.
Done. Sarge wanted me to check the flag room. Now I'm gonna get a steak before we're all gone.
Be right behind you. I can smell them from up here. What? Let me see. Ow! What is that past? What was that?
W, guys, W. We made it to the flag. No, I can't. I would, but I have to be good to my body.
Follow me. I've got a plan.
Why is it that you could tune a piano, but you can't tune a fish? Oh my god.
Bond, Monroe, status.
Monroe just crashed the party.
Come on, take him down! Right! Oi, come back!
Oi, lads! Up here!
Up there! Get him!
Tuna fish?
Too many of them.
Yeah, smell it.
We're screwed. Thanks, mate. Things just got sticky.
Always do the unexpected.
Shit. New plan. Meet me at the backside docks.
Can't. Monroe's in trouble.
Block the door. I'll circle around and meet you there.
See you in a bit.
Visual, confirmed.
I fucking killed him. Where's Monroe? Tuna doesn't have keys. Can't, doors are blocked. Well, this is zip lining, right?
Just pin the route for you.
Good call on the boat, Cress. I owe you one.
You can add it to the tab.
Glad to hear you're all safe. Could you get a move on and come and get me?
So I'm curious to hear how every SAS in the
Oh, I want to swim.
Monroe, you take that one.
Can't talk right now.
Conveniently so. Right.
Sorry. Cutting it a bit close there. No worries, mate. All the time in the world.
Aww, they're all gay with each other and I love them.
New course. Tougher opposition, tighter deadline. So be smart. Fastest win gets extra credits.
Fastest win?
Yes, what is it, Bond?
First rule of spycraft.
Always do the unexpected.
And what about it?
We followed it, sir.
Damn me. He's like, I have nothing more left to teach these people. Did we get them out of training? Everyone's like, yeah, we don't have to fucking do this shitty course like over and over again.
Grab your coat. We're going out.
Whoa, she's pretty.
Tea and cucumber sandwiches.
You wish. Come on.
Can I be real? I've tried blue eyeshadow before. I don't think it works well with me. From Malta with love. That was the achievement.
Here's to everything not MI6.
MI6 field test active?
Not the timing.
Me and my big mouth.
Whoa, we have to do where it sounds good, Nabu. I'll see you around, cutie. A night out?
Sorry, sir. Contact at the bar. Sorry, passing through.
Is this like this is just a test, right? This is not a real thing, bro.
The epiphylium oxypetalum only blossoms at night.
That's an interesting pickup line.
Sorry. Thought you were someone else.
Hey, how can you be so sure I'm not the one you want, yeah? We only just met.
What the hell do you think you're doing?
Drum and bass, is this like, yeah, is that exactly that?
I'm not finished with you.
Leave it, Gav. Leave it. Come on, let's buy me a drink.
Charming.
What did you say?
Gavin, don't. He's no one.
Wank's
my
giving
bad?
me shit.
No, he's leaving.
Find correct contact.
The epiphyllum oxypetalum only blossoms at night.
And only for a single night.
Whoa, my
There's
contact!
a package for you in the gents. Watch it in private.
In the gents?
X marks the spot.
Right.
Pour me a pint of lager, will you?
Alright, let's go in.
And get this girl whatever she likes.
Pardon me?
Gentlemen,
I'm in your way.
how quaint.
Where's the bathroom? How do you know? How would someone know where the bathroom is?
Where do I find the gents?
Just over there to the left, by the cloakroom.
They're not on the card here.
Oh, thank you.
Instead, perhaps?
Seika, I don't know. It'd be dope. It's not my kind of music, but it'd be dope to still chill. He's got a package for you. Oh my god. Do I ever want to get packed? That's a joke. I'm so sorry.
Good night.
Not bad.
Unexpected package in the begging area.
Not yet. You?
Yeah. Blonde salt in the upstairs bar.
She got a mate?
Dunno.
X marks the spot.
She's in the
Found you.
MI6 has identified a leak from the Trade Ministry. We've narrowed our suspects to 3 secretaries, Rick Bolthorpe, Alice Weatherall, and Joshua Pike, all at the club this very evening. Your
Damn,
job is
convenient.
to identify the culprit.
What does that
Bond,
mean, Mega?
You'll be teaming up with Nash and Singh
Damn.
to focus on Pike. Keep this device on you.
It
and
really
get up
is
close.
Feral
It will enable
Thursdays.
Singh to access Pike's phone. Best of luck, Bond.
Singh, Nash, we're on Pike.
Already looking for him.
Let's do this.
Told ya, I wasn't finished with ya. Everyone else, out.
Oh, this jealous boyfriend.
You wouldn't rather go hang in the bar? Have to warn you, I'm pretty good.
It is a little bit, Seika. You are right.
Catch up my girlfriend.
The man of principles.
Thought you said you were good at this.
I'll let you have that one.
What the hell, Bond? Fighting?
Yeah, sorry. Be quick.
Ow!
Lost chance. Walk away now.
Slam him more. I love slamming them.
Don't forget to flush.
Again. Again. Oh. I couldn't kick his ass more. Games Bond. Looks like a PS4 game. This has been out for
You're all done.
2 days?
Thanks anyway.
3 days?
No, I just came to watch.
Listen, guys. Pike's upstairs, but it's guest list only. But I got the club blue.
I too love pounding, guys.
How about the dance?
Damn, your boyfriend's lucky.
That's an access point.
Wait, what are these? Oh, this is like the Hitman shit. It's also my computer running like shit too. There are hints. Use hints to discover opportunities and to progress with objectives and subjectives. It means that the remaining opportunities do not need to be completed. Choose opportunities to get tracked. This is the Hitman game, so you always try to find a way. We have more hints for this. Oh, 2 hints. So into the lounge balconies.
Upstairs, Bond. And Nash, you find a good vantage point for observations.
After you, Bond.
Hydrate, yeah! Oh yeah, because everyone's thirsty in here. This game's dope.
Really? Are you sure?
I am. Your hair was different. More, I don't know.
Sure.
For two
Oh my
coats.
god. We
You're
have
having a laugh.
Slow down.
Looking for the upstairs lounge?
Or the side of the club. You got a stamp?
No.
No beard.
You need one.
Just a
Put it on the list. My gorgeous colleague over there will sort you out.
Thanks.
It's your coat. You carry it. You heard
Oh.
what they charge you for the cloakroom.
You cheap twat.
Get a stamp?
Ask them to chuck it in a corner. Maybe you'll get a discount.
How am I gonna get a stamp? Hey, can you give me a stamp?
Just need to get through.
Do you mind?
I'ma go drink some orange juice because yes, BRB.
Because yes. Do you think we should make them sick?
Ow. Oh. What the hell? Hey, what's happening? We need everybody on the floor.
Yeah. Hey. We need our stamps. We need our stamps as a...
Awkward.
We can't... You can't just let us not get stamped.
Didn't see you there.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. We have to sneak in, but now, like...
I'm stood here.
Yeah, move. Oh. Oh. Hope Vor. Wait. I didn't say Vor.
No, I'm telling you, I'm on the damn list. Look again. I guarantee you've missed it. It's Ria, R-I-A. The promoter Jessie knows me. She put me down that way. Who uses full...
Ow. Oh.
No, I'm telling you, I'm on the damn list. Look again. I guarantee you've missed it. It's Ria.
That's so awkward. She didn't notice me? That's so awkward. You said Vor. I was just... How are you, Mako? I love you. Guys, you should check out Mako. She's really cool. And Kite, too. Check out Mako. Check out Kite. Check out everyone. You're hot, so she'd pretend... Oh, W.
I'm very sorry. Let me get out of your way.
Now we have accents. Kite is so awesome. Now we have to find our way up.
Excuse me. Hey, easy now.
But you said you'd show up. Come on, everyone's here. Music's great. Just, you've got to come. I even got you on the VIP list. Free drinks in the upstairs lounge. Of course I didn't. Jones? Jones! Just say Jones and you'll get the stamp.
Oh, well, that's fucking awkward. We snuck in.
Sort that tomorrow. One night off. It'll be fun.
We snuck in and got my... Oh.
What do I think about what?
You've got to cut. Cafe, don't lurk.
You're my night
Stamp.
Not quite.
Did I just see you walk right past those bouncers, Bond?
Oh, I just showed them my stamp.
That's amazing.
You're on lookout.
Kingsley is the talker. She's got our target wrapped around her little finger.
I'll give you some Oh, Jones soda's so good.
Good luck with Pike.
Thanks.
I'm impressed. Why don't we find a seat somewhere and you can tell me all about it?
Okay.
Let's see what else. Look at this area.
In the lounge now, looking for Pike.
Find him and get up close.
Here, let's do one for the socials.
Right, Lucy, don't you ever take the day off?
Hey!
Sorry.
Bond, use your Q lens to locate Pike's phone.
Right.
I could just do that?
I see him.
I'm heading back in.
coming.
Do I have to talk him?
Definitely not what was supposed to happen. He went right through.
Later, ladies.
Just
now we're getting somewhere.
Right?
Stay close for data extraction.
lucky for us.
Rose is asking for you, Josh. You going in?
Yeah. I'll just fetch the others.
Data still coming in.
Activate. No, Keith, that's you, isn't it actually?
Identified our Trade Ministry leak. I'm getting photos of classified documents from Pike's phone. Bond, stay up close.
We're heading back
Let's
to the
finish
booth.
this.
I'm
Watch
getting
yourself.
drinks. You want anything?
We're good. Meet you there.
I bet you like that Thanksgiving dinner flavor. That's a thing.
He won't say what's happened, but I have a feeling you happened.
Get rid of her, Bond.
Oh,
I don't know if I
no.
should be angry or flattered.
No, move.
Probably a bit of both.
Yeah. Also, a little impressed. What do you say? You want to get out of here?
Meet me outside in half an hour.
W, I'm still getting laid, guys.
You're not coming this way.
Better find a way in there, then.
Need to find a way.
Jones soda. Wait, what do you mean? Is this actually gross soda or good soda? It was orange creamsicle flavor. Oh shit. Does this guy not care? It's a Halloween promo. No.
Found a way in.
Any sight of Pike?
I see him. Sitting in a booth chatting to a girl.
Shouldn't be long now. Almost there, Bond.
I would drink where the drink, right? Little PP?
Ladies and gentlemen, data extraction complete.
Good job. Now let's celebrate.
Where are you guys?
You're awesome, Mako. I love you.
I just want you to, you know, put in a good word.
That was on me.
Don't mind me.
Okay, I take it back. There is one guy here I trust.
We get hope somewhere. I want some. I want a gross soda. I want the worst. Kid, I love you. I hope you're doing well.
And?
We need to act. We could unravel the whole network.
And how
I want to
exactly
drink a
would that
gross
play out?
soda.
Have they met before?
Little PP tricked into drinking regular peach room.
Monroe, how about you intercept the meeting? Pretend to be Pike. Bond, you make sure Pike doesn't show.
Okay.
Our best bet would be to stow him away somewhere. Lock him in. That ought to be possible up here.
I'll figure something out.
I'll be by the stairs to make sure Pike doesn't slip down.
How does Jones know what? Who knows? Wasabi soda? Is that wild? Is that real? Find trap location.
Oh, sorry. I'll move.
Anything?
Still looking.
How about in there?
Underwear. In where? In here?
This'll do nicely.
Oh, we could knock Pike out and keep him in here. Yeah, this'll do. Crockpot rice, I love you. Oh, I'm just poking in to say First Light had one of the coolest tutorials. I loved it. I loved it too. I was so in love with the tutorial.
It's perfect.
Am I thinking exactly?
Lawn flavored. Ugh.
Need to get through.
This Mr. Krabs beep boop music. Oh, Pike is here.
Joshua Pike. Change of plans. Come with me.
Who the hell are you?
Your contact had to abort last second. I'm his replacement. If you want this deal to happen, then start walking.
Okay, I'll walk.
Muhaha. I don't know what happens after. Oh, same. You know what's funny is like I usually end streams at like the 4-hour mark, so who knows? Are the PBJ one? I want to try the PBJ one. Sabotage the door?
Bottle service.
What?
Right, guys, that's Pike taken care of. Locked him in.
Time for phase 2. Bond, meet me
Do
by the
doors
stairs.
work
Let's
like
regroup.
that?
Well done, Bond. Now we just need Monroe to scare the socks off her so she calls her boss.
Right, Pikachu?
I just found a message. She's expecting someone tall, dark, and handsome.
And 2 out of 3 won't do.
It'll have to be Bond then. Where is she?
I've got eyes on our girl. Pretty black dress. She's behind the cloakroom.
No rest for the wicked.
All up to you now, Bond. No pressure.
You want to know?
At least Bond get. You know what? At least he did. That's the thing.
Out of the way, please.
Oh, do excuse me.
Excuse me. Is our contact over there? She looks like our contact. I'm good at bluffing.
Good. You showed.
And I was just about to leave. You're late.
Give her hell, okay? We need her to call her handler.
The price is up.
I doubt that. In fact, you're so hot for what I've got, we need to talk price. It just doubled.
Why do little men like you always do that? You must know we won't play along.
I don't give a shit if you don't. I can easily find someone else who'll be more appreciative of my services.
God, you're serious? I can call my guy, but trust me, it won't turn out well for
Yeah.
you. Who's this?
Oh my god, this fucking bitch.
Oh, Christ. Could we not do this?
You prefer her? To me? Please. I'm leaving.
No, stay.
What the? And who the hell are you? Superior. I don't have to take this.
How about you put a leash on your girlfriend?
She's not my girlfriend.
Damn right I'm not. Don't believe a word he says. All smooth, but such a liar. Asshole.
I'm done. Deal's off.
No.
If you go, the offer is up. It's now or never. Your call.
Give me a few minutes. I need to make a phone call.
Never trust women. Am I right? True.
He wants more money.
Done. She's making the call.
What took you so long?
Things got complicated.
Well done, recruits.
Yes,
Extraction
I
in
believe
2
so.
minutes. I've marked the location in your lenses.
Understood.
First to
I'll
arrive
leave
gets
now.
extra credit.
It sure did take a while. But I've always known those looks of yours would get us in trouble someday.
I think he just sucks at turning down the keen ones.
You wouldn't know, Sting, but it actually takes a lot of practice. I'll give you some pointers one of these days, Bond.
Get to the extraction.
Extraction, guys. TikTok.
Wait, but that means I don't get to get laid by the red dress woman. Do you think there is a way? Or do you think she'll always like be like, "Oh fuck you"?
You're dead, mate.
It's the jealous boyfriend.
Mind if I cut in?
I'm gonna bash your face.
These guys really want to dance.
It's my job. What can I do? Is that good for you?
He's on his last legs.
A club full of regular Londoners, and you had to charm the army.
You're out of shape.
Let me at it.
Let me kick his ass.
You want more?
You're late.
Bro, we got caught up by a jealous boyfriend. And I didn't even get laid.
Back in. First round on me.
I need you all in the office.
Cheeky half?
Cheeky half? Unlucky. Oh, I know. Hello, Siri.
I'm suspending training, effective immediately.
Why?
The situation's arisen. a matter of considerable delicacy.
My achievement that I got was shaken, not stirred.
Former 009, real name Reese Beckett.
Reese Beckett,
The robot
009?
guilty of high treason.
Deering, how are
Somehow
you,
managed to stay
sweetie?
hidden for over a decade. And now he's coming in from the cold. 009 claims to hold evidence of a conspiracy against the state, and he intends to hand it in return for a full pardon on one condition. He will only talk to John Greenway.
I guess there really is someone for everyone.
And where do we come in, Mum? Last time I checked, cutting deals with traitors was not in our playbook.
009 is a master infiltrator. As resourceful as he is paranoid, thinking 2 steps ahead is this man's idea of lazy. To catch him, we're going to need eyes everywhere. Consider this a field exam.
Oh,
Get
I
your
do my
equipment and
back
have the
out
stories from Q. Moneypenny will fill you in on the rest.
during workouts? Like, was it one of the earlier workouts? Oh my god, are you okay?
Greenway wasn't happy with your performance last night, and he's reluctant to bring you along, just a heads up.
Right. Any advice?
Doing what you're told might be a good start.
Ponsonby?
During work. Oh, that... Will you be at workout today then? Or are you gonna just like hide in bed? Sinbad, thank you so much for the raid. How are you? How are you? Terraria?
Doesn't want me to come after last night.
Really? I missed the extraction deadline too.
Well, I am going. That's what counts.
Hi, how are
Come
you?
Let's go see Q.
I never got really into Terraria, and apparently everybody loves it, and so I'm like, shit. Maybe I gotta try it out. I'll be there just on the sideline. You gotta cheer us on. W Hugo.
Or it could just be timing deciding things. I mean, Thea was just...
Hugo will take over.
Those didn't feel needed to the same extent after that.
I might go to bed soon. I want to go to bed soon. Surprise! Oh my god, I love you. Bye, Sinbad. Take care.
This
Yes.
lined up for us.
I wouldn't mind that bike coming along.
Wait, Siri, why does that look like Hugo IRL though? Just saying. Then join me? No, I have to eat. And I have to work out too. It's workout day. I gotta get buff. I gotta consume more protein so my muscles build up.
I was looking for you two. Monroe, I have your cover story from Q.
Can't wait. Later, mate.
Any idea what's in store for me?
No clue. Something dashing, no doubt.
Oh god.
Fashion photographer.
Fearless war correspondent.
Is Q gonna like me? Well, Q likes me. It's mainly other bro who doesn't like me.
0.2 microsecond delay in the ECU. Need to adjust the trigger sensors before we present to
Have you seen Q around?
I think he's in wearables.
That sounds about right.
Glasses?
It's Daphne.
Ba-da, ba-da-da-da. Is Hugh gonna be a twinkie? No, he's a chubby... I think it's just like a chubby gay old man and we love him.
You live in a £25,000 a year broom closet. I say get a cat.
I know that look. You found something in deep storage, didn't you?
It's... God, you would say it. Come here.
Dude, I'd love to just... No, actually I wouldn't. I was about to say, I'd love to be like a science person here. But then I realized how awful that would... Meow!
Move over Savile Row. Kingsley? Nash?
Bond. I can barely make out last night's bruises. Only the subtle stain of defeat.
Must have missed a spot. What are your covers?
Keith Bollinger, private banker to the rich and famous.
Grace Dufresne, career diplomat. Same as my parents.
Oh, okay. Duskies!
Well, that's handy.
Chubby Keith-a-Chew. Bark, 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 bark!
And Bond, friendly word of advice? No shenanigans today. You're hanging on by a thread.
Message received. Thanks.
See you at the briefing.
Okay. Damn, all these girls are so judgmental of me.
That's
nice.
Your salary would be as fuck. I'm grinding the festival playlist. We got a new one, right? I'm gonna start working on it.
And style in perfect harmony. Looks a bit big. Oh no, this is for Monroe. You'll be wearing that one.
Whoa!
Chauffeur. Well, don't look at me. I just work here.
Are your boys true? True, ISO.
I'm heading over to gadget testing. Join me when you're ready. There's some new field gear that I'd like.
New field gear? Can I put this on?
Air freshness.
I can't put it on yet? Okay, well, go to gadget testing. I'll follow him.
Darling, it's a dream come true.
Let's synchronize our stories.
Dude!
I'm a big shot sports agent in
This dress? Yum!
a massive gambling
I would wear this. Oh, fuck.
I'm a high-powered lawyer, and you're a former professional rugby player with moderate brain damage.
That's just grand.
I find your incomprehensible grunts soothing somehow.
Jarvis, obliterate this.
They're rooting for you.
This ASEAN. Holy shit. Jarvis, insta-lock DPS and immediately type in the chat, need second tank.
I'd say one more round of iteration and we're ready for field testing.
That is my assessment as well.
Q? You mentioned some field gear that needs testing?
Quite right, yes. Over here, please. This here is a shockwave device.
A shockwave?
Directed propagating disturbance that staggers opponents on.
Jarvis, type GG, no he, insta-lock.
Try it out. All right.
Oh my
Now,
god.
Device at Arthur here, and before you ask, yes, he's good with it.
I'm good with it. If you say so.
Oh, poor Arthur.
With a little practice, it will become second nature.
Bro, that's not a shockwave, that's a full-ass thunderbolt.
Classic, the smoke grenade. This small-scale, lightweight projectile blocks visibility, leaving an opponent.
Dude, this area gives totally Spies. I know this is totally a James Bond thing, but this was my favorite part when I was watching Totally Spies. And like they were going through all the gadgets and seeing like, oh, like I wonder how they're gonna use this gadget and this.
Throw it at Arthur.
Smoke pod. It's a lighter.
Now, as you can see, the smoke obscures Arthur's vision, causing an acute sense of disorientation. While the effect lasts, he is quite defenseless.
So I can kick his ass.
And that's the
It was so good. It's Spy Punk. I love Spy Punk. Select gadget loadout? That's so dope.
You were authorized to bring 2 items into the field. Not that you're likely to need them in the car park.
Uh-huh.
Was that insensitive? My people skills range in the bottom third.
Surely not.
Okay, it was just a low. This is the gadget inventory. Okay, the Q watch is always required.
Kind of choosing blindly here. Any pointers?
I cannot disclose any specific details about the assignment, only that you will be attending an exclusive social event. High security, low hostility. In these types of situations, discretion, not force, is advised.
Duly noted.
Okay. Honestly, like I don't know why bro gave me the shockwave camera or maybe the smoke one. Wait, am I only? Oh, I'm allowed 3. I could take 3. Let's take smoke and dart, honestly. I've been finding use out of the dart one on, I really want to use the shockwave one, but.
All done.
Huh. Interesting.
What?
Nothing. Good
Need
luck
to
out
be
there.
somewhere.
Barely hidden fetish aspect thing. What was the barely hidden aspect thing? My wife said you gotta keep him penetrated, and then you laughed. I laughed.
Gyroscopes.
Oh my god.
What are we looking at?
Inflatable furries be like.
Yeah, if you're ever caught in an avalanche, you'll be glad to be passing one of these.
Why would I be caught in an avalanche carrying a gentleman's briefcase?
We... Oh, mind your own business, Bond.
Moving on.
Seriously though.
This house is like a fetish heavy. There was a fetishy fuck, I can't speak. There was a fetishy episode.
Hi. Which floor?
Operations, please.
No problem.
All of them? All of them? They were all fetishy? I wouldn't say every episode. I want descriptions.
Can I help you?
Perhaps you can. I'm looking for Moneypenny.
I think she's in her pod. Just through that door down there.
Excuse me.
You can't miss her.
All right there.
Thanks.
My fault.
Chauffeur, I heard.
Greenway obviously considers my driving skills indispensable. In case we get into a car chase.
Oh, yes, of course. And I thought it was due to your massive fail last night.
Give him a rest, Kingsley.
You see a massive fail. I see a multifaceted learning experience we can all benefit from.
Delta, you're a fucking fetish. I'm sorry, that's mean.
Sorry, just trying to get past you.
Hello again.
If you don't mind,
This
there's a
is one of the new recruits, I believe. This is Whitlock, and I'm Bancroft.
You look familiar. Have we met?
I don't believe we have. The name's Bond.
Oh.
Why does he look... Why does Whitlock look... Who does he look like?
Full days working deep underground. It's gotta take its toll.
Comes with the territory. And apart from a feeling of time standing still, I really like it down here.
At least we're not in the tunnels. That used to be a thing.
The floor's called Operations. What do you do down
He
there?
looks like so... I don't know who he looks like.
One thing
Dude, I'm so hungry. I don't know if I'm gonna last one more mission.
Alistair is the master of misdirection and half-truths.
You make that sound devious.
Call out Aaron.
I myself am an analyst. But then we have people handling...
Clover made an awesome cat girl. I always liked Clover.
assets and quite a few more errands.
Wait, who was the red one? Was that Clover?
I was the one handling the media after the Iceland.
Is it a fucking fetish, just a porn? I'm about to give you a porn addiction then.
Want to stay clear of Basil from accounting behind the lifts.
Chat. Later.
M underestimates 009. You all do.
Thea's report was inconclusive, John. 009's been gone for too long to yield reliable data. We need to know what he has.
We need nothing this man has to offer. Yes, this is just a boon that M's been looking for to get Foreign Secretary Bright and his lot off our backs, but 009 is a master manipulator.
Is he? How do you know?
Whatever his endgame is, we won't see it coming.
I'm late to the party on that one.
I couldn't help but overhear you and Greenway.
Couldn't help yourself, is what you mean.
Sounds like there's some history between the two of them.
They served together as double O's, right up until Operation Nightfall.
Go on.
Dude, Nightfall?
It would take more than that.
Nice place. That screen big enough for you?
I know. It's cool, isn't it? Just got it up and running.
Secret Agent Penambom Secret. Hi, Quint. How are you?
About 009. How did he manage to stay hidden for all those years? I thought Thea could get a handle on just about anyone in the world.
Well, it's not a magic wand, James. Thea consumes data on an unprecedented scale, but if you leave none, you're effectively invisible.
Whoa.
Imagine the focus and dedication it takes to stay off-grid for so long.
Did 009 have help?
Almost certainly. Some even speculated he was with the cousins.
Why would the Americans hide a UK traitor?
You don't have siblings, do you?
Recruit ranking. You have a widget for that.
I like to stay informed.
Looks like I kept my place.
Well, Greenway hasn't handed in the performance review for last night.
Nice.
You have a mission briefing for me.
I do. Let's get the other recruits in here and I'll show you.
Mission time!
Grand Carpathian Hotel in the high Tatra Mountains of Slovakia. Host to the World Chess Championship. Safe to say,
oh, let's
009
play
did not pick this
chess!
location at random. The hotel is
Does
swarming
anybody
with
here like
international
playing
VIPs.
chess?
Security is of the highest order, and due to the current diplomatic tension between the UK and Slovakia, the operation has not been cleared with local authorities. According to 009's instructions, the meeting will go down in full public view during the championship match.
No comms, no tracking, no backup.
Dude,
And
it's
these are really the
wait,
safeguards that we know
really?
about. 009
That's
will
kind of
employ
cool. I've
every
studied it,
manner of
yes.
subterfuge
Whoa.
to capture. And if he
I'm putting the
suspects
same little peepee. Like,
never
I
get
like chess, but I'm
This
not
is
good
where
at
you
it.
come in. You're all blank
It's
slates
fun,
in the intelligence
dude.
circuit, which makes you ideally suited for undercover work. Locate 009 and keep him under close watch, but do not engage the target.
My roommate has an official
This is a
bot
black
on
tag
chess.com.
So
Wait,
discretion,
what does that
ladies and gentlemen,
mean?
is critical.
Like, is the bot like plays like your roommate? Wait, that's kind of cool. I like playing chess in VR. A bot to play against. Do you think I could beat them?
Blow our cover. And
No, I'd
James,
probably
take
be
it with
ass.
Kelsey.
I'm a glorified hood ornament. What could I possibly have to pout about?
Sorry if the assignment doesn't live up to your grand expectations.
This car is so
Someone
slow.
must
I'm
have
trying to
ability.
doge. I'm trying to like
If
go
009 slips through our
faster.
fingers, you're the last line of defense.
I promise, Mary. I'm trying to.
Greenway's testing you, mate.
Ah!
Don't give him an excuse.
The cap looks good on you, though.
Oh my god, yesterday is like, let's not talk about yesterday. There's always a chance. I'm tempted.
Take a left up ahead, James.
I'm tempted.
Backseat driver.
What's that, darling?
Just a frog in my throat.
Oh, they're fancying each other. Also, Siri, make sure you rest. Don't hurt yourself too much. If I could come over, I would walk on your back for you.
Routine inspection, ma'am. Won't be a moment. All clear. Please proceed.
Please, Battleseed. I love him. God, it actively died. No!
You think if I sold a kidney, I could afford to stay for a night?
I think I have.
Oh.
Stayed here, I mean.
Oh.
A wedding back in 22.
Doesn't sound like something you'd forget.
Well, the hen was in Cannes, so we flew in by private jet. It was dark.
I can't. My fitness instructor is not allowed to die.
Private jet.
What?
Nothing.
I need you.
Nothing at all.
What do you make?
Oh, that would make it worse? Oh,
was
that
Festus
sucks.
Day. But that was a long time ago.
I
My
suck at
guess
back
is
stuff.
he's
Already
tired
dead
of
too? Oh, true, you're undead.
And since when do you trust Greenway?
I never said I did.
They knew each other, though. That much is clear. Something to do with an operation called Nightfall.
W Skulldog. Skog.
Did 009 pick Greenway?
Dude, I want to have like an undead persona. That'd be fucking sick.
Well, we're about to find out. Pull up. This is our stop. We're live, gentlemen. Switch to comms. Monroe, with me. James, stay.
Save the world some other time, yeah?
Afternoon. Invitation, please.
Blake and Loretta York. Plus the help.
Mm-hmm. Welcome to the Copenhagen. Parking is right up ahead. Mr. and Mrs. York.
How did we get invites?
Oh, they will.
Your flesh, free your bones. Oh god, that's a creepy thought. Just my bones need to be free.
Nash, delivery area.
Where's the parking?
Sing, staff quarters.
Ronson.
Bro, there's no way parking's all the way down here.
Bond.
Car park. In position.
Greenway, Grand Hall. Switching off comms as instructed. Keep a low profile and don't let your guards down.
You made them with
009
spy powers.
Out.
Please leave. What did they expect me to do? What did they expect chauffeurs to do? Just sit here and wait? Oh, I guess so. They're talking with the other chauffeurs. Skelekinesis? Whoa, wait, that's wild. That's how you see everything. How much does searing weigh? A skeleton, am I right, fellas? Wait, I'm seeing something.
5-star treatment.
Who's this bitch? Whose suitcase did they just... Perimeter surveillance fired. No, we have to... Yeah, that person. Your skeleton is trying to kill you? What the... Investigate the block. Shouldn't I just know what he fucking threw on?
Suspicious behavior.
009?
No, one of the hotel staff. Strangest looking bellhop I ever saw. He was mishandling luggage.
Are you joking?
It needs to be
What hours are they
freed.
for tourist board?
I guess he had to be there. It was odd. I'm gonna check it out.
You will not. 009 is our only priority. Stay at your post, James. That's an order.
Yes, Mom.
Yeah!
It was all over social media last year. Where have you been?
Pardon me? Need to see a man about a bag. Missed him.
Afternoon, sir. Staff and press only.
Oh, damn. Forgot my press badge.
No problem. Not the first.
Need a way to convince him.
Oh, we need a way to convince. That bellhop is Agent 47. Oh my god. What if there was a crossover Doge? There's a lighter here.
George. Sure, our traders felt threatened at first, but now they happily followed.
Pick up.
Big win for the workplace environment. You can barely see
Turn off your mute button, George. Every
Fucking George, bro. Am I right?
George! Yeah, it's no use. I met with the whistleblower. Claims to have proof that Nivik's cheating, but they'll only talk to Hoffman.
Only talk to... Okay. Sweet dreams, Star Candy! Your name is so cute! Hi, new friend! Welcome on in! What
Unless you sent me all this way
were you playing? Wait, usually the shadow bot tells me. Hi, I'm good. How are you? I love you. There's a press badge hidden on the lower ramparts. Where is that? Why can't I track that? Am I there? I'm good with just playing Blood. I love Bloodborne. What kind of build are you rocking? Oh, I don't think I'm allowed here. Oh, probably I am. It's super fun. This game is like the Hitman game, so it's making me happy. That dude looks distracted.
Maybe it's the hose. Done.
That's weird.
That's where. Oh, is that a pass badge? Oh, that's where a lighter is.
What? You can't be back here.
Comply.
See you.
Oh, do I not get the lighter?
What are you staring at?
If I comply? Especially, it's the lower ramparts. Oh, am I up on the higher ones? Ignite. Oh no, I just, especially, dude, GoldenEye was great. GoldenEye was great. You're saying it's down here.
Did you hear Grandmaster Nivik got his ass handed to him by one of those web industry's self-learning AIs?
No. Did he flip the table?
It's Nivik. He'll flip the breakfast table if he's out of orange juice. To be fair, he did win the
Do I have to find them through these guys? Who would know there was a random staff badge around here? These guys are having a convo about AI. You're cool, sour candy. Or star candy. Oh my god, I called you sour candy. I'm so sorry. Oh, is this it? No, this isn't it. This isn't it. It was just something. Damn. Are these the lower... what is this? I ain't finding no staff badge. Yes, I think I played Gold. I'm pretty sure I played GoldenEye. I played another one. I don't remember that one though. But I used to play multiplayer a lot. Like when you could like play against bots or like split screen with your friends. That was a lot of fun.
Is that?
What is up with this?
What have we got here? What's the deal? What is this? Okay, better not think about it.
What was the point of doing all or any of that? Oh. I got a press badge. Wait, I scored it.
Can I duck through? I need to catch up with that bellhop.
Show me your ID and all's good.
Trey, thank you so much for the follow. Come on in. Was I?
There. Forget my own head next.
All right. Checks out. Step into the scanner, please.
Hi, Tiberius. How are you?
He's clear. You may enter, sir. Enjoy the tournament.
You're on a tight ship.
Where was I supposed to go down there, though? I went, oh, I guess sneaking.
Continue up the stairs, please. The mezzanine is great for photos. Best view in all the house.
Good tip. Bet it's great for people watching.
I see the end game. I wonder what would have been like if I crawled up there. It's okay. I'm safe now, though, because then I could, like... Damn. Don't get in my way.
Is like an airport. No, I'm just afraid I will embarrass.
Don't mind me, ladies.
Good afternoon, sir.
Where's the bellhop, you think?
But he's getting an extra mint on his pillow.
Did he, LD? Oh my god, I love it. I think that's what I like. I'm so happy IO Interactive made this game because, like, that was like the Hitman games. There's multiple ways to do a level, and that makes me happy. Oh, I love those arms, girly.
Now, let's see what all the fuss is about.
All the time in the world, chapter 3.
There's Greenway. Hopefully I'm the last thing on his mind. What are you here for?
No, did I miss Jacksepticeye? No.
Bond.
No sign of 009. Over.
I gotta get
My fault. Sorry, just trying to get through.
Can you believe Nivik chose a Scotch opening?
Kingsley alert. Best not get spotted just yet.
Oh yeah.
Need to build a case first. Seems he's gone behind the scenes.
Oh, we found him. We found him.
This guy better be worth it.
And we could jog too. And nobody knows. Use. Can I come in?
How do you do?
Where have I seen him before?
I think he models for Alexander Dupin.
My name is Biscuits Cheese Biscuits.
My name is Biscuits.
Where do you go?
Cheese biscuits. Yes. Shit, did he go through here?
Going to need some ID, sir. Staff or press?
Press. International Gourmet Quarterly.
Thank you, sir. Go right on through.
Well, I lost where bro go. Oh, Lucky! Lucky, hi! How are you? Thank you so much for the raid! And Ayla? I get the two girlies? Hi! Hi. Hello! How? How you doing, sweethearts? It's good to see you. Oh my god, hi. Hi. How was your streams? How was Overwatch today? I didn't know y'all play. Who do you like playing as? Diva, May, and Kitty Cat are my go-tos. Dude.
Told your colleague, stay clear of the backstage area. This is the World Championships, for pity's sake. I need to focus.
Dreadfully sorry. Won't be a moment.
Ralph, what's the matter? Hello? Earth to Ralphie.
So I have to eavesdrop.
Riled up.
I like being feral. Vendetta's so fun. Yes, I'll be there. I'm staffing Sinbad. It's all the friends. Guys, check out these lovely beans. They're so great. I would love to. I should join you on your Overwatch shenanigans.
Yeah, well, he bloody succeeded.
Nothing that a stiff drink won't fix. I'll fetch you a G&T.
A G&T?
This bellhop. Did you see where he went?
Reception. He took off towards the reception.
I'm going, but I staff there as well, so I got a position as staff. I'm climbing up the thing.
Did you see that? She's playing too fast.
What? Gin and tonic. Yes. All for you, Searing. Muhaha. I don't know. I have to remember if I like gin again. It's been a minute. I know it's more of an acquired taste, but what did you apply for? I'm curious. Or did you apply for many? Dude, I've been working hard. I can't talk much about what I've been working with, but I'm doing shit around the.
We do not have a bellhop of that description.
Ridiculous. And who made off with my bag then?
The blonde bitch.
He is on his way, Mr. Prendergast. I'm sure it's all a mistake.
Ew, I don't drink. No. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll be over here.
Wouldn't want to keep Mr.
Oh, French translation team. Oh, that's kind of cool. I'm sorry you didn't get approved. They must have had like a lot of people. Traduction français. Oh my god, Mary, you'd be so good at that because you are French. Tabernacle, as they say.
Grandmaster?
Why not? Everybody cheats. You cheat at cards all the time.
I do not.
That's what Nivik will say.
Who keeps texting? Staff only? How am I gonna get in? Oh, wait. Wait, I know this guy. Hey, sir, I know. Let's stir up some trouble.
Oh, great. Better stay clear.
Oh, bitch. Hey, were you complaining? Cause, like... Hey, you. Let's cause a disruptions.
Mr. Prendergast, I am told you have some missing baggage.
Stolen is more likely.
Any idea where he went?
Yes, that's what I've been telling you people. I spotted him just before, going through the door marked laundry.
Laundry. That's very helpful.
Molly Collie, hi, your name is cute.
And what was in the suitcase?
Uncut diamonds. What do you think was in it, man? My clothes and toiletries.
Had to ask. What is your business at the hotel?
A bit of workation. I'm researching my next novel. An AI-themed techno thriller taking place in the world of international chess.
Interesting.
Like a page turner. Right, that's all I need. My office will be in touch. Please have a drink on the house.
Believe me, I shall.
Where's Daniel Craig, Pierce Brosnan, Sonya?
That's for sure.
It's gonna be an AI that learns how to play chess and bends you over. On a door marked laundry, he said. Ooh, hell yeah. I'm just going in a little cute Kingdom Hearts outfit. Due to case that will be cheating because the codes are stored in the manager's office behind reception.
My fault.
Sorry, didn't mean to.
I cannot wait to demolish so much effing food right now.
We're just down to the wire today.
When it rains, it pours.
The manager's office behind reception? I'm at reception, right? If I was a manager and I had an office, would that be there? Am I allowed to come in?
Down with the flu. Ivanka's on holiday. Lucian's in recovery. We're just
With all the pods?
When it rains, it pours.
Piotr.
That'd be kind of interesting.
Didn't even call in sick. He's so fired.
But apparently I was told that all the bonds are the same technically.
Tall, blonde guy.
Right. I just ran into him in the laundry. Easy on the eyes.
I will, but I
though.
feel like I'm almost finishing this
Here's
time.
your icebreaker. You'll figure it out, I'm sure.
It's 4:30. I gotta make sure I'm not late for workout either. Shit, man, where am I gonna get the keys?
Don't want any loose ends.
They just have a button that overloads the air conditioner?
What's this now?
Do you think they have a key to get in?
What was that? That was odd.
I wonder. Sir, am I allowed in? Why? Now, why would I?
Get off!
I'll go work on Sly. What does that mean?
Doubt you'll be needing that.
W, guys. W pickpocket. We're in. We're in. Oh, shit. No, we're not in. Yeah, because I'm Bond, so I have like a cool watch that, like, I have gadgets. So instead of disguises, like in Hitman, it's kind of like you work with gadgets. Are you okay, sir? Wait.
Never seen the hotel so busy before.
I know. Hosting the champions.
We have some bluffs too.
From what I hear, the owner almost bankrupted himself on the renovations. We need the extra bookings.
W, we're in. We have a full 6 lightning. Oh, so we can bluff and you could like bluff and lure people in this game, which is actually kind of cool. 1805.
1805. Battle of Trafalgar. Easy.
Just a cheeky little slip.
This isn't your room.
Oh, bluff.
Excuse me. Health Inspector. We've received warning that the last shipment of mushrooms are hallucinogenic.
Oh, damn. Anything I can do?
Yes, no, if you see any weird stuff, just ignore it. Probably isn't real.
See, so I bluffed there. So now they're like, I can do anything I want in this room until that timer goes up, in a sense. Yeah, I'm crushing your face in my arms, Noel. W crushing. Sorry, I went into the restricted area. Okay, let's reload on, yeah, our chemical shooty shoots. 1805. Lex, youch! 1805.
Elena, don't be such an old maid. I'm serious.
Excuse me, ladies. Health and safety inspection. Where may I find the laundry?
It's just down the stairs. Did someone file a complaint?
Strictly routine.
Like my marriage. I'm serious. That guy had
Same. Strictly routine, like my marriage. Damn, girl. Oof. Yeah. She ain't getting her pussy ate.
Now, half later. Make sure no one follows.
You got it, friend.
Watches can't be bluffed.
That, Stefan, was your fairy godmother. Get this. He just slipped us 5,000 euros to stop a guy from following him.
A bellhop makes that kind of dough. I'm in the wrong line of business.
I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that guy is no bellhop.
So, Huru. Hmm?
Don't stop. Let's see.
I almost threw that.
Yeah? Okay then. What's going on now? Right.
Oh! I just...
No more playing around. Drop that.
I just... Holy... I put the whole storage rack over them. And this guy didn't even notice. Damn. Shit.
Looks like one of the limo drivers left his hat behind.
Those guys really cleaned me out last night.
What?
W smoke. W hacking watch. No, it ain't an FPS game. No, it's like a Hitman style. There's still FPS stuff you can do. I haven't really gotten there yet. Disguise? Woo, looking good. No, but that's the thing now is like, you could do stealth the hard way, honestly.
Those new kitchen uniforms, yeah?
I'm disguised, right?
You unpacked those new kitchen uniforms yet with the head chef's monogram?
Bought it. Job done.
They bought my disguise. Hell yeah.
Slippery bastard. A worn bellhop outfit. Size XL.
Must be a man. Must be the blonde man. Sorry, I thought it was like must be the man.
206. Could be a passcode, an address, or a room number.
206, guys. Do you think he's leading me on for sure? Like, Buddy knows I'm following him, I think. Well, that I was so confused what I was looking at. Oh, I was allowed to kick it. Nice. Where's he gone?
Cressida? All is quiet in the car park.
Good. Let's keep it that way. Stay vigilant.
Yes!
Must have taken the scenic route.
We're doing spy shit!
Hello? See? No one's in here.
Silent alarm didn't trigger itself. Check the windows.
I'll be damned.
Hey, Laszlo, look at that.
Yeah, I see it. Maybe the wind caught it.
Or somebody's in here. Watch your back, fellas.
Stay calm. They'll be unarmed. Nothing gets past the scanners. We'll do a round and call it in. If anything's stolen, insurance will handle it.
Works for me.
Guys, I'm so good.
Whoever it was, they are long gone.
Or never here in the first place.
I'll notify Chief Kovac. Chief, reporting an incident.
Wait, the bell
Possible B&E. Chief? Must be busy. Chief?
Let's get out of here.
Reporting an incident in the
We can file a
study room.
report later.
Yeah, get out of here.
Laszlo?
Let Milos do it. He's good with words.
Hey, stop being nice to me.
I'm just waiting to see if they'll leave.
Huh? Hello? Can I check where you are going? If this is the way you want to do it.
Oh fuck.
You call for reinforcements now!
I'll make the call. We are dealing with a maniac here.
He got him.
Forget about the backup.
Wait, why did this scene like why did this scene fuck me up? Like FPS wise. Why did that scene F me up at the put me in again? That was like a stutter shit zone. But again. So much for stealth, I know. I just destroys them all.
Cressida?
Wait.
All is quiet in the car park.
Okay, up here.
Good. Let's keep it that way. Stay vigilant.
You're the boss. Must have taken the scenic route.
See? No one. Huh? What's up with that?
There we go. I made him sick so I could knock out that guy. And then...
Sorry, fellas. Desperate measures.
Did anyone else hear that? Oh good, the person... Damn, dude! My mind when I'm high, if I were I'd be called a racist for... Oh my god. He didn't notice? L guard? Wait, swap cover? Oh no, something else. Ah, we'll just make it easy. I made so much noise in this room. Like there's no excuse. They're 100%. You could have lured it. Nah, I fucked him.
That's right.
There's so much chemicals in here.
Monroe, I need your help.
Took you long enough.
The blonde man. He's changed his disguise.
Monroe.
Yeah? How'd you know he's not a thief?
He doesn't move like a thief. He moves like a soldier.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, something's not right.
Monroe, trust me.
I might have seen a bloke who fit the bill. Tall, blonde. Only he was in a suit. Went by the name of Locke.
Where was this?
Over at reception, a little while ago. He was heading upstairs.
Thanks, mate.
Hey, you didn't hear it from me.
W Monroe. Monroe's always got our back. Yeah, it has to be. You're so right. 206, right? What's the point of this room? Monroe's always got my booty. Hello? Hello, lady?
Can I be of assistance, sir?
I'm looking for a Mr. Locke. He left his wallet in my limo.
Ah, you must mean Joseph Locke.
Yeah.
Right. Does he work at the hotel?
No, he's an insurance consultant from Vienna. Never seen him before. Anyway, he's busy right now, but you can leave the wallet with me.
I'll take that myself. It's no bother, really.
Fine. It's room 206. 2 floors up, left side corridor.
Cheers.
206. Wolfling 206.
That has to be it.
It has to be.
Come in, Chief. Kovac, do you copy? Strange. He's never offline. Nadia, have you seen Chief Kovac around?
Have you seen Chief who?
He went up to room 206 with that gentleman from the insurance company.
Right. Blonde fella.
You want to check up on him?
Nah, it can wait. They're probably going over security.
How are you, Wolfling? I love you. I'm eating you over and over and over and over again.
Second floor.
Look, if you're so worried about Ezra's interview, can't you, grease the wheels a little? Donate a wing?
I was plugging something in. I'm charging my VR charger so I can work out later.
Nobody comes through here.
Carry on.
Oh, okay. My fault.
Must be something I can use to convince him.
What can I convince him? I mean, I can make him sick. Or I end up in the staff uniform room?
Now the main problem area is up here.
All
of this going on
a pillow mint.
What's causing me the most physical discomfort.
Why is it blocked? Room key card 205. Nice. W Mary. I love. God, Noel. I love you. W Noel.
Come right through.
Good man.
Good man.
Seems I do still have a way with people.
Oh, there's a lady in the bath. Slovakia postcard collect. I think I have the autism. How do you know? What makes you sphincter so? Dude, I think we honestly have to use the window over on the other side. Will she notice if I open her door?
Well, hello.
What are you doing in my room?
Pardon me, Mom. Didn't think anyone was in. I'm with management. One of our guests lost his pet anaconda. We're going floor by floor.
Well, it's not down here.
I'll take your word for it.
Go on then.
No, let's make love.
That was unusual.
Never mind. We're not making love, I guess. Hi, Killing All Hope. I like Star Wars women and stuff. Fair? I tried to get laid, fellas. Fellas! I tried to go the James Bond route.
Now, what happened here? Monroe?
Aye, Detective.
I'm in 206. It's a mess. Stay on the line. I'll have a look around.
This should be good.
Are they not tracking our calls between each other? You think like a spy organization like that would actually be keeping like...
I found a key card holder, minus the key card.
Could mean anything, mate. Don't jump to conclusions.
Guys, why are women... I don't know. I think well, I personally just think everybody's hot, but that's just me.
It's full of cash.
Whoa.
You might have dropped it.
In the fireplace? Monroe, this isn't some party that got out of hand. These are signs of a struggle. And someone put up one hell of a fight.
If that's the case, where's the body?
Good question.
Oh no, that shit locked. That shit locked.
Good fit for a body.
Let's kick it open.
Found a wool suit, size XL.
Discard his
This guy
suit?
changed his disguise again.
Or he changed his outfit. Small word, big difference.
Monroe, this is serious. The blonde man did something to the chief of security, I'm sure of it.
Okay. So why? And how is this connected to 009?
Not a clue. Yes.
Someone's knocking. Answer the door? What? Sure, why not?
Housekeeping.
Let's make love to her.
Jet lag. Gets me every time.
Oh shit, something's gonna happen. I'm gonna shit myself.
How does he manage to change clothes so fast?
Yeah.
Anyone else feel that?
What if that is 009?
About a power surge in the
What if that is 009?
security system, but there doesn't appear to be any permanent damage. Nothing to indicate foul play.
Copy that, Singh. Keep an eye on it. Everyone else, step up your search.
Monroe, listen to me. The blonde man, the missing security chief, the power surge, 009. Somehow it's all connected.
I know it's her job to
It's
help
not wrong. You're tracking Agent 47. Bro, maybe. Wait, that's so funny.
Okay. I'll look into it. Where are you now?
Back in the blonde man's trail. He won't slip away this time.
That's so funny. Hi, Killing All Hope. I hope you're doing well. Oh my god. It would work. It would work out so well. It would make sense. Yeah, guys, get your check-ins.
Or we still be out of power. Security system still offline though. I'd call that a red flag. According to the logs, someone went inside shortly before the power surge.
Must be the security.
Bro, it has to be Agent 47. Wait, maybe you're right though.
Chief's key card was missing.
It's just a collection thing. It's just like my version of a stream streak where it doesn't like break.
That's him. Now what's in those crates?
It has to be.
This is a direct security violation.
Didn't see that coming.
Relax. It's force majeure. It's not like anyone knew.
How's he doing?
An investment over at Craig and Young's.
He'll thank me at dinner.
You really do know everybody. You want to be with MI6. Maybe I am.
He must have gone down this way.
I don't know what happened. I was on a shift at the delivery gate.
Bro, it has to be him. If it's not Agent 47, I'm gonna lose my mind.
There. Gotta hurry.
Bond, your hunch was right. I found you missing security chief stuffed inside a laundry cart in the basement.
Monroe, the blonde man smuggled something in on a truck while the security scanners were down. Something heavy.
Oh, this is bad. I'll inform the rest of that. Don't let this guy out of your sight.
With the blonde hair. Who? He was just here. Went into the staff area.
I'm so nervous, guys.
You again.
That's right. The maid is picking a lock. Now you've seen everything.
I'm shitting myself.
Well, that was close.
Whoa. Whoa.
James, whatever you think you're doing, stop. You're in over your head.
Yeah, tell me about it.
This is insubordination. Get back to your...
Wait, how does she know? How does she know? I thought it was I thought I was...
Knew it. There was something in those crates. Hey! Blocked.
Dude, it's just bro who's playing...
Stairs.
Bro is just playing as Agent 47, like it's another player and I'm just like an NPC guard. Ubu, I've got
Missed him again.
Ubus to show you.
This is amazing. Don't think I've tried it before. Is it your
Where is he? He's 100% in another outfit.
Hotel owner has a huge collection of mixology books from the 20s. Book collector, huh? Oh yes, his pride. He's got all sorts of antique.
Why would people sit here watching? I would be out there eating. I would be drinking and eating so much food at somebody's chess tournament. Genuinely. Chess is pretty advanced. Maybe you're right.
Empty.
Oh, empty. Wait, what's the
passage? Of course.
In here? With the lion? Dude, if I was a secret passage, where would I be? This watch is ass. Turn, but it's lion. Is that a lion, guys? What is that? What does that even mean?
6 dials. Take more than blind luck.
Huh?
Oh, come on.
I have to figure out the order. Oh, it's lion, deer. You're right, guys. You're right. Lion, deer, or I don't know, deer riding a lion with a fireplace. How would anybody know that?
Thought I was onto something there. That's not it.
W.
Nothing to it.
It's a chimera. Oh. But easy. Guys, it was so easy.
I have eyes on the suspect. He's unpacking something.
Cressida?
I tried. She wouldn't listen.
Engage. Break cover if you need to.
I don't know about this.
Damn it, Monroe. There's no time to wait for permission. We need to act now.
This is the last time I'm saving your ass. Eyes on target. 009 just entered reception, heading straight for the Grand Hall. The blighter's not even in disguise.
What's happening? I gotta go eat, but I'm so intrigued.
see him. Everyone reposition. Cover the exits. Monroe, what's your status? Monroe, copy.
He's busy. Cressida, you need to call it off. Something bad's about to happen.
James, what have you done? Where's Monroe?
Almost there.
Monroe? Monroe, acknowledge. Lennox.
Oh. No. Writing eye. Is that Monroe? No.
Hang on, mate. No, breathe.
No.
Breathe.
Oh my God, no.
Monroe.
Wait, I loved him.
Cressida, it's Monroe.
Oh shit! Kick his ass! Kick his ass! Watch, he is 100% 009. Or Wesker. Ew, why does he look like... Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that.
I promise, it won't end well for you.
Yo, we have to kick this guy's ass. I want more. Get up.
A bomb.
Get the fuck up. It's a bomb. I'm actually really sad. There's doubles. That's how he could switch.
How many of you there are?
I pressed Q, my bitch.
No boy, pianokaisella kaveriani kävelee.
No! Wait. He placed a bomb, guys, and he killed our bestie. We were supposed to have a three-way before he got killed. It was supposed to be. It's like those. It's the meme where it's just like when bro invites you to his wedding, but you're not the one wearing the white dress, and it's. I pressed Q? I'd like a refund? Wait, I got the cutscene and everything, but guys, I'm gonna shove my microphone up my asshole and stream on that joystick website. I'm listening? Wait.
there are.
I'm doing too much. I'm wanting to be fancy and speaking Finnish. There we go. Easy. Apart, there are such plays. Colon Gaming is real. I have a joystick account. I don't.
Calm down. Focus. Okay, where's the off switch?
Not
this.
I've never done a
Useless. Come on, which one?
It's always the red wire or green.
Shit. Down to the wire. All the time in the world.
Did I lose, guys? We miss Sean Connery. Although I don't think he's a nice person. Last I remember, I don't think he was. I can't remember though. No, I'm thinking about someone else. I think I'm thinking about Pierce Brosnan. There was another bomb this whole time. Cressida? Or Cressida?
I'm coming.
Oh, you meant Bronson? He was chill. I thought, wasn't he? Am I thinking of someone else who's like kind of against trans rights? I might be thinking of someone else then.
James, I can't feel my...
On? Which way did he go? I blacked out for a second and the son of a bitch was gone. 009. Of course, it was a bloody suicide mission. He used himself as bait to get to me and that... There! That's him! Bond, go! I'll take care of her. Don't let him get away.
I paid the price, James.
Sean Connery? Holy shit, did he? License to Kill?
Stop! Get back here! Bloody hell!
Dude, I gotta eat, guys. But I'm locked in.
Looking for these?
Hold on.
Bison man, don't eat, guys. That's kinda. Oh my lord. Where's my frames?
Just who the hell are you?
Not now.
Where's
Eyes
my
on the road.
frames?
Look out.
I got it.
Look out.
Maybe I must be thinking of someone else who like.
That's the car.
It's got too much of a head
Dude,
start.
I
You
would
need to cut some
buy.
corners.
Where do people sell frames at?
Careful.
Dude, Berlin, I'm in the market for frames. How do you buy? Ow. How do you buy? I'm looking for 60 frames.
Ambulances, watch it.
Just you try. That's fair. That a gay double. Well, maybe he isn't. Maybe I'm thinking of someone different who like looks like bro. So I swear I was like not into bro because I should have done the cool Bond way. I just saw there was like a whole. Dude, I can't be playing Forza because I saw like a whole secret path that I didn't do. Faye, you're missing all the shortcuts.
Oh, what are you doing? Learn.
What do you mean? Bro, the car's stuck. There's nothing I could have done. The car is stuck. It's actually physically stuck. Rip RIP. I need to eat, guys, soon. I need to eat. And buy frames apparently.
Go right. Are you trying to get us killed?
No, I'm driving at 20 frames per second, woman.
Watch it. Left. Go left.
Guys, I'm bad at following instructions. Fuck me. Bro, I thought it said right. You. I thought you said reft. Right eft. East, I thought you said west.
Watch the road. Left. Go left.
Bro, give me my frames. If I had frames, I'd be such a good driver. I promise you guys.
Brace.
Pay attention.
There he is.
Bro, this car is so ass too. Pebble, I swear nobody knows that reference and I mention it all the time. I'm so happy you referenced that. Or like nobody laughs when I say it.
Look out.
Guys, this car, it's just ass. It's just ass. The frames are ass. The game is a yes.
Clear the road.
Oh, what are you doing? Learn to steer.
I can't steer on these levels of frames.
Now we're talking.
Dude, this hurts my eyes seeing this game, like.
Right. Who are you really?
Wait, my car is repaired. Agent Charlotte Roth?
That's
French intelligence. James Bond, MI6.
Yes, I figured as much.
What's your
All my
interest in
friends are
009?
dead.
He didn't spend his fugitive years on a golf course. That's what you think. DGAC has been hunting him for a long time. This is the closest we've ever gotten, and I'm not letting him slip through my fingers now.
Well, sounds like we have a conflict of interest.
How about we burn that bridge when we get to it?
Fine by me.
There. Pull over.
No sign of 009.
Give me my
His friends,
frames.
I'm not loving the odds.
I've had worse.
Well, in that case.
Now we get to the shooting part of the game.
I'll thank them. We need to keep that plane on the ground.
Well, what are we waiting for?
There's that English sang-froid. Bonne chance, James.
Dude, I wish... Okay. I think here's a good checkpoint. Do you think here's a good checkpoint? Like, would y'all hate me if I wrapped up? I think here is a good pausing point. Because this mission is like longer than my will to live. I'm gonna hit it. Dippa, I was just getting ready to wrap up. Dippa, boo, I'm so hungry. I want to put food in my face. I'm sorry. Are you guys mad? Are you guys mad? I was gonna ask. Chili with cornbread. Fuck! Stop! I want cornbread. I want cornbread. I suck at blue sky DMs. Wow! Wow! Who do I raid? I can raid Sharp. Sharp. Oh my god, Sharp's a Lucario. I don't know who to raid. I want to raid Akram too. I want to... Delta. What is that emote? Wait, Crasho Crew is out? Vixie is playing Crasho Crew and it's out? I hope it is. Did Crasho Crew just come out? Do you guys like Lucarios? My friend is playing a game that has a Lucario in it. Oh my god, it is out for $6?
We need 2 on A.
Bro, for $6, Crasho Crew. Okay, raid the fridge. I'm about to, sweethearts. I don't know who to raid, guys, but like, I've been meaning to raid Akram. Drinwin, I've been meaning to raid Drinwin too. I haven't raided my new friend yet. No, don't give me more suggestions, cause I don't even know Zari Pass. Like, what you doing with that booty? I might raid somebody new, is that okay? Wait, this guy does karaoke, I think. Every time he gets a raid. I don't know Zari Pass though. Let me follow them. Zari Pass. I have a backlog of raids. Holy shit, she's so pretty. Or wait, femboy? Is it he, him? No, trans femme? Delta, what is that emote? Dude, their VTubers so good. And they're playing lesbian game. Delta! Alright. Let's go. What's a red Mawile? What's a Mawile? That's a Pokemon, right? Oh, hold on. Guys, did you notice this? Look. If you search a Pokemon game, if you search a Pokemon name, Google has this thing. Hint. Search to catch. That's a what is that Pokemon? That's the magnet Pokemon, right? Magneton. Yo! Dude, that's a whole Pokemon game. Evolves from Psyduck, Gold Duck. Gold fuck, sorry. Stop. Fuck. Gold Duck. Bro, I don't know how to... You know what? It works. It's Pikachu. Okay, enough. I can't play. I'm gonna end up playing this all day. Friends, when do I see you guys next? It's the baby. I think I see you guys tomorrow. Guys, we're gonna play horror games. I bought a new horror game for tomorrow, so show up. What's his... Oh, what the fuck's his name again? Sharp. I hope you guys like... We're rating Sharp. They're a new friend that rated me last... Sharp. I can't type. Guys, I'm actually like... I'm actually delusional right now. I need to go eat. Guys, because I'm feeling dizzy. Wolfen, you can't just... Hi, Wolfen, how are you? I miss you. I have to wrap up. Wolfen, I'm so hungry. You can't do this to me. You can't say hi, bye. I'm so hungry. I miss you. I hope you're doing well. I'll see you in VR. Log in. Prepare your gape trackers. Guys, go meet my new friend. He's actually streaming with another cool friend of mine who you should also follow. Named Steven Lucario. You should check him out as well. We're raiding into a collab stream and they both kind of stream together and hang out together. Please, by all means, give them some love and check them out. Guys, I'm gonna faint if I don't eat, so I'm gonna go eat, okay? Yeah, I'm hungry too. I'm so hungry. I could eat a whole Twitch chat. I'm so hungry I could eat a muffin. That's Delta. I love you guys. Goodbye. I'll see you guys tomorrow for horror games and get high with me, boys.